Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Welcome to the Knights of Last Call. My name is Derek Melinda, and I'm excited for you to join me for a return to the world of Orden and the classes, the deep, deep, deep classes of Draw Steel. Yes, hello, Heliopolix. It is time to draw steel. There's a funny story. Some of you, of course, know this, but there's a kind of a funny story that Knights of Last Call named Draw Steel because we had done a review of the game after we played the beta test back when it was called the MCDM RPG, and we had we enjoyed the beta or whatever session that we did. And while we were having that game, we were talking about initiative, or we were talking about something, and I said, no, this is, I said this is a moment where you go, roll initiative, draw steel, and then of course it ended up being named Draw Steel. So I thought that was really funny. And we joked that they stole it from us. So howdy, everyone. CKF, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. Always love to see you here. Good to see you. A popular RPG. Are you feeling well, Derek? Well, Mark, I do have to strike a balance between popularity and what I actually like, which is, again, I cannot stress this enough. I mean, I bought Draw Steel. My whole group bought Draw Steel. I'm not as hurt as some people are about the quality and the production of it. It's a rule book. I like nice rule books, and I do think the rule book is kind of cheap, but I don't care. If the game is good, who the hell cares? But I also think that this is a game that, it's for me, it's really important to strike a balance just to keep it interesting for me. I can't always be talking about, emotions and feelings and, what does my character care about? What does my character fight for? It's like sometimes I'm like, all right, what about my sick build? And how am I going to manage 17 different resources so that we can do a wombo combo in round 3 after I get enough HR, that's heroic resource, to really pop off and go full Muso mode on the enemies and really just, knock them through several walls before also throwing them in a pit. Striking a balance. Now, it is true that right now in my life, I don't really have a desire to play these really hyper tactical games, but I have been looking ever since 4th edition died, and Wizards of the Coast killed it with the GSL, for a game that it could scratch that itch and really function. Which brings me to the idea of Draw Steel and Codex, which, to answer Wes, I have not had a chance to look at Codex yet at all. I mean, it is very low on my priority list. The only thing I've seen from Codex is like snippets of it online from other people, Matt showing off certain functionality of it. Looks great, looks cool, looks amazing. I even hear that the Foundry module has gotten a lot better as well. And I'm not going to lie to you, people. You know me. I'm a big play it in person fan. But when it comes to a game like this might actually be a game I would prefer to play via the VTT. That might even mean playing it in person, like everybody has a tablet, or like we have some sort of Microsoft Surface type situation going on. But I there's a lot of moving pieces here, and it's going to already take a long time. So yeah, I this might be one that just has to be a VTT. So we'll see. But I've been very impressed with what I've seen. If they decided to take their 4 point whatever million and say, hey, we're going to add, we're going to take 100,000 of it and put it into printing the books. And we're going to take 1 million of it and we're going to pad our pockets. And then we're going to take the remaining 2.9 million and build a really good VTT. I'm okay with that. That's fine. What I will say before we get into tonight's classes is I do have to respect, in a way, MCDM's commitment to, how can I put this? I don't even know how to put it. they have a Kickstarter going out, a backer kit going out, which is kind of already like, like, hey, you had $4.5 million Kickstarter. I think you guys probably blackmail. Cinnabos, yeah, let's call it what it is, blackmail. For those of you who are not aware, they have a backer kit going on, and the backer kit basically starts off by saying, now we just did earlier this year, or whatever we just did. We just earlier this year finally released our game. We released it August, so the game's been out for 3 months, and this is after a record-breaking Kickstarter, which raised millions of dollars. And you finally have the book in your hands, and you've had it for a few months. We haven't even fully released the Codex VTT, which was certainly a big part of the campaign. And then they come out with a new pledge, and they basically start. I don't think I'm actually not paraphrasing here. I'm like almost quoting it exactly, where they say, "This next campaign is to decide the future of Draw Steel. Does Draw Steel even have a future? That's what this campaign is going to find out. Back or Draw Steel gets it." So they are pointing a gun at the head of their own game and basically telling you, if you don't put up enough money, we are going to execute this game before some of you even have their physical books. And that is a bold statement to make. Now, it may be possible that was not their intention. To make it that brutal. But hey, it is what it is. That's right. Elaine, thank you very much for the super chat. She said, "Pay or we shoot." Yeah, fantastic. It is. Now, to be clear, Faceless Ones, there is a realism to that. However, at the same time, if thousands and thousands and thousands of people backed your game, I think you can probably safely say that the game, has a future. And again, I'm not like, I don't know what the financial realities of their situation is, but everyone knows the story of this game, right? And this game raised millions and millions of dollars. This was formerly, I think, before Cosmere, right, the #1 RPG raising game on the Kickstarter. And the joke about this game is that nobody plays it, right? And in fact, somebody recently, a new member of our Patreon Discord, was kind of using this game as an example. We were talking about this blackmail/extortion. And somebody was like, well, they never even made other books for Avatar. And I was like, yes, they did. They made a bunch of books for Avatar. And the point is, fundamentally, essentially, they didn't say back this game or the game gets it. I mean, they basically said, hey, we made millions and millions and millions of dollars. We're gonna support this game, even if nobody's playing it. So I'm willing to bet that Uncle Iroh's adventure guide, sold a fraction of a percent of what the original core Avatar book did. If for no other reason that people realized, one, it wasn't 5th edition D&D, and two, that it didn't have, a compendium of sick-ass bending moves in it. But anyways, shout out to MCDM. We'll see how this does. Actually, it's doing apparently very well because it's already up over $1 billion, I think. MCDM. Here we go. Crack the Sun. 1.6 million dual hairs. Pretty sick. But yes, anyways, it is. I hope that's enough money to prevent the execution of the game. That's all I'm going to say. Is it a situation where it's like, nope, you got to do more. We got to do more money than we did last time. And in some ways, that is kind of a thing, because let me see if I take a look at this thing again. If I'm correct, realistically, the realistically, if you want to get everything printed, the lowest value is $200. Realistically. That's a lot. That's a lot of money. For sure. Now, to be clear, the backer kit sounds amazing. I think the encounters book thing, great idea. More games should do that, for sure. I don't care about new ancestries and a new class, whatever. I don't care. We already have so many. The game hasn't even been out for 3 months, but it's a little interesting. The encounters thing, I think, is the thing that I'm most interesting about. But yeah, it's kind of crazy that how expensive the bundles are. But then again, that's the world we live in, So yeah, at the very least, I don't know, maybe you go $40 for the encounters digital or something like that. But we'll see. I'm curious to see what that really is going to be like. No. I don't think they're not going to like fail to deliver, Pencil Mage. But the truth of the matter is, the printing costs and all this other stuff, it all scales. And the truth of the matter is that a Kickstarter that does more money makes more money percentage-wise for its owners, right? Because if I buy a piece of art, let's say I pay $5,000 to get a really cool piece of art for my cover. Well, if I get 500 backers, right? Essentially, I am taking $10 out of everybody's, backing pledge to pay for that one piece of art. Sorry, $1 if I got 500 backers. Or no, I said 5,000. So I'm paying $10. But if I get 5,000 backers, now I'm only paying $1 out of each of those people's pockets, right? So there's a lot of fixed costs, and printing costs kind of, plateau at a certain point. When you're printing a large print run, you could be paying as little as $1 or $2 a book. And I believe the Draw Steel books were not done as offset printing, which basically means it's about the cheapest printing you could do. As a result, I really do. I mean, I think that those, and with given the paper stock and all that other stuff, I wouldn't be surprised if they only paid $1 or so, $1 to $2 per book to print that. So it's pretty, there's money. There's money to be made in RPGs. Let's just say that. That being said, I still think the game is awesome. I mean, outside of any sort of, decisions that are being made from a organizational standpoint. Again, I have no idea what the inner workings are of the financial realities of MCDM Incorporated or whatever it is. Again, I've been a patron of Matt's for almost 3 years, and we not so much me, but members of the Knights Last Call, Smith in particular, has backed all Stronghold of Followers and Flea Mortals and all that other stuff, And I thought that the whatever books, even though I didn't use them because I didn't really need them, but the Arcadia zines were really, really cool. So again, I like what they do. Papa Pirate says, so am I going to be doing Daggerheart next week? No. I think next week we're going to be doing Land of Eam. No, that's not true. Bob is coming over. I think we're either going to do Land of Eam or we're going to do Coriolis. So no, not Daggerheart. Lionhead, I'm glad you've been enjoying it. Looks very cool. If FU had grid combat, I would probably annoy my friends to play it even more than I already do. I actually don't want grid combat in Fabula Ultima. I wish Fabula Ultima was even more like a JRPG. I don't want it to be like Final Fantasy Tactics. Although once upon a time, Papa Pyrite, Emo was talking about doing a sort of Fabula Ultima Tactics, and I don't think it really ever went anywhere. But he definitely had some initial ideas, Torrance says, the more I interact with this game, the more I realize it's hard to digest because the game systems are so interconnected, which is great, but the complexity level / structure reminds me of OS RuneScape skills. Yeah, it is a very interconnected game with a lot of moving parts and metacurrencies. In some ways, it reminds me of, Torchbearer or Burning Wheel, where you have a lot of complex systems that all kind of touch each other in different ways. It's not a game that you can easily pick apart. Thank you, Wes, for the exact quote. This crowdfunder is about the future of Draw Steel. Does it have a future? Emphasis, not his, emphasis theirs. Well, that's what this crowdfunder will tell us. Also, shout out Wes Lawrence for the Patreon upgrade. Appreciate you. Gridlock, hey, what's up? Been watching some of your videos today. How come you don't like anime that much, but you are a fan of Final Fantasy? Genuinely curious. Gridlock, my dislike of anime has more to do with, to be clear, some of the more modern Final Fantasies I don't like. I have no interest in playing Final Fantasy 15 or 16. The last Final Fantasy I did play was 12. So in some ways, I'm almost not a Final Fantasy fan because I don't play them anymore, really. But a lot of the things I don't like about anime have to do with the tropes and the stereotypes and some of the things that are in anime, and it's just not what I'm particularly interested in. It's a, I don't even want to say it's a complex thing because I grew up really loving certain animes. Record of Lodoss War is one of my favorite movie series, whatever, of any sort, of any type of all times. I love that. You know what would be really fun? One of these days, we'll have to do it on the Patreon because I can't watch a video on YouTube because, you know, copyright. But would be to watch what I consider to be one of the greatest animes of all time. And, you know, those in the know would be like to watch Record of Lodoss War with Bob, okay, from our channel. And Bob is an anime fan. Bob loves One Piece. Bob watches apparently Bob doesn't watch One Piece. He watches One Piece summaries. Anyways, you know, he loves Shonen type, whatever it is, Shonen, you know, Ikisai, stuff like all that stuff. And I'd love to like watch Record of Lodoss War with him and watch him just be like, this sucks. This is horrible. I'm bored out of my mind. What is going on? This is so boring. But yeah, so I definitely don't like that Shonen style for sure. Also, some of the anime tropes are a little creepy, rapey. That's just, you know, people go, it's just the culture. Okay, that's fine. That's good for them. It doesn't mean I like it. I don't know what Star Citizen is. Oh, Star Citizen is going to hit $1 billion raised. They've just cracked the code on how to actually make money and still pay their writers and artists. Yeah. Yeah, correct. I think it's safely locked. Platinum says, I love it with the $sign. You know, it reminds me of, for those old school people, it's funny thinking about it now because TSR was like such a complete failure. But in the 90s, people used to make fun of TSR by calling it $R. So that's funny. Did Cosmere do that well? It sure did. It did, loading, $15.2 million. So I think Avatar did like 12 or something, or 10 or something. But yeah, Cosmere role-playing game did $15.2 million. Do you know what game does have a compendium of sick-ass bending moves? Trespasser. Yeah, Trespasser's a good game. Jackal says, don't forget the $300,000 backer kit they did for Draw Steel Dice as well. Coming next June, a new Kickstarter, MCDM Rogue 2. That's funny. Yeah, again, I don't think that's what they really meant, but it definitely is what it sounds like, you know? Can we get it printed on at least 2-ply? I'll take 2-ply. You know, I'll take 2-ply. Okay, it's $200 for 8 books. I think it's 7 books. But 2 of them are hardback. 4 of them are soft cover. And I think the length is kind of a TBD. So I don't necessarily know how long they're going to be, you know? I think some of them are going to be pretty sweet, or pretty small. Yeah, Dungeon Delve is a great book. Ergo, The Encounters is a great idea, especially just also for the non-combat stuff, right? You know, Draw Steel has this whole negotiation systems, and I think that'd be cool to see more of. Healy Space, me and my players can't go back from Draw Steel. The amount of times they are blown away by how awesome it is staggering. Again, we played it once. We had a lot of fun with it. That was during the beta. And again, when we reviewed Elementalist and Fury classes last time, I was getting really excited at a lot of the potential for the classes. I really appreciated the Fury. There was even things I disliked about the Fury, but as I spent more time with the class and I started to sort of, and good feedback from the chat, we're going to get into the class here in a second. I'm just trying to catch up with chat. I originally had a problem with the fact that like the Fury, it felt like the game was incentivizing you not to spend your Fury because you had that build up Fury chart. And I thought that felt kind of bad. Like, why should you feel bad about spending your Fury? And then someone pointed out, no, it's just supposed to make you feel better as you wait for your Fury to build up until you can do your, ultimate super mega Fury attack. And when they said that, this was someone from chat, I was like, it recontextualized the whole class. And I was immediately like, I'm 100% sold on the Fury. And if you watched the original, when we did our first deep dive, the Elementalist, blew me away. And we did, the core book only has like 2 or 3 of the elemental subclasses or something. Maybe. I can't remember. Anyways, it was really awesome. There was a lot of really cool stuff. A lot of cool tech in there. So we'll see what we get here. I do not know where you could find Record of Lotus War. I have a DVD box set. So I don't even know how I would watch it. I don't even know if I have a DVD player anymore. Elaine says, that's why I stopped watching anime. I cannot deal with the pedo love. Same. Hell yeah. Big Country GB says, love the channel. Just saw my 2025 review, and I've watched 521 videos from Knights of Last Call. I'm not even sure how I fit that many in. We're not really sure how it calculates that number. But either way, this is for you.
I am strong. Strong. Strong.
What's up, Tundalus? Good to see you. Good to see you. Is Cosmere that popular, or Cosmere and Joy are suspiciously wealthy? No, Sanderson has a, very loyal following who will buy anything he makes, which is fair. So Tectomancer says, our friend Jess, I'm a couple minutes behind, but I don't think it's fair to discuss where did the Draw Steel money go without remembering that A, the designers were compensated better than anywhere else in the industry, and 2, they redesigned this game a bunch of times on the Patreon before publishing the final game. Oh, again, I'm not questioning any of that. I'm just questioning the language of having another backer kit 3 months after the game came out and basically saying, if this doesn't fund, the game is dead. That's all I'm saying. That's a pretty hot take. That would be like me having a tip goal that said, hey guys, I have a $250 tip goal, and if we don't hit it tonight, I'm never streaming again. So tip if you want. But yeah. Well, I appreciate it, Wes. Means a lot. Means a lot. I really appreciate it. Derek, do you enjoy how powerful heal is in Pathfinder 2, but it also takes 2 out of your... So, I played a cleric. I've GM'd a ton of Pathfinder 2, right? A ton of Pathfinder 2. But I have played it a handful of times. And one of the times I played it, I had a halfling cleric named Moss. His name was Mossimer, but he went by Moss. And he was a cleric, a cleric of Saren Ray, I think. And he was a free archetype druid, which was cool. Anyways, at around level 10 of the campaign, I basically told my GM, hey, I get it. Moss, his heals keep the campaign together. And, we played kind of on hard mode, The lowest encounter that we were ever going to see was going to be like 140 XP, right? Like, I don't even, 120 XP, that's for beginners, right? No, this is like 140. So like we had a lot of, 200 XP, 160 XP type encounters. severe and extreme for people who don't know the exact, and extreme plus for people who don't know the math. Anyways, I told Smith, hey, I'm going to keep playing my cleric because I understand how important my healing ability is to this party, but I have to make a new character. Like, I'll keep playing my other character, and believe it or not, it will not take any extra amount of my effort or time because of what my character does every single round, basically ever, of the game. But I got to make something else because I'm going to go, I can't make it another 10 levels. I can't do it. So yes, I am very aware of how powerful heal is. You know, to the point where when we rated spells, right, we had S tier and then we had like S plus 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 tier, and that's where heal went. I fundamentally believe heal in some ways destroys / coalesces everything about PF2. But I also completely and utterly despise how powerfully effective the 2-action version is, and even potentially the 3-action version if you're in a situation where you can make good use of it, and how it just completely eats up the cleric's turn almost utterly every single time. So, yes. Well, Zen Bullet, you just have to be the most watched on the Discord to win the prize. You didn't know the light was that important to me. Lights are very important to me, okay? And I am not digging this light right now, okay? I bought this light thinking it was going to be my savior, and it is not. I cannot dim it enough, so I have to buy a new light. All right, so let's get into it. It's time to draw steel. All right, so the last time that we did a deep dive, we covered 2 classes. We covered the Elementalist, which I thought was amazing, and we covered, which is, you know, the Elementalist is sort of like a sorcerer druid, kinda. And we did the Fury, which is pretty much a barbarian analog. I thought both of these classes were bangers. It's hard to say which one I liked better. I really thought there was a lot to love about the Fury. In particular, I thought the whole Stormrite kit aspects, with kind of including that animal aspect in it as a version of a kit, was inspired game design. Really, really loved that. So you had, like, you know, the Borin and the Corvin and all this other stuff. Thought that was really, really cool. So I was definitely a big fan of the Stormrite kits. Like, it was such a cool way to use this is the kind of game design that I get really excited about, where you take something that's already in the game, okay, like kits, and then you sort of change it up and repurpose it to deliver a mechanical experience that feels integrated into the existing mechanics of the game, but also gives you this really unique in-game, in-fiction feel. So, you know, Stormrite, you know, 10 out of 10. I mean, I thought everything was really good, but I was really impressed with the whole way that the Stormrite aspect thing worked. So really great design. Big fan. So I like the Fury, and I thought the Elementalist was absolutely crazy. So really good stuff. And again, really feeling like just incredibly different classes depending on which element that you went with. And again, in this core game, even though there's, I think, 7 elements, air, earth, fire, green, rot, void, and water, we only got earth, fire, green, and void. So we only got 4 of the 7. So again, really, really good design there. But today, we are going to be taking a look at the first 2 classes in the book, the Censor and the Conduit. Now, the Censor is described as the demons and deathless fear you. Criminals run from your shadow. Agents of chaos, blasphemers, and heretics tremble at the sound of your voice. You carry the power of the gods, armed with wrath, and sent out into the world, first to seek, then censor those whose actions or even existence are anathema to your church. So we basically have here kind of a, you know, a paladin, cleric, avenger for those of us who are 4th edition coded. Alternatively, we also have the Conduit, the power of the gods flows through you. As a vessel for divine power, you don't just keep your allies in the fight, you make those allies more effective, even as you rain down divine energy upon your foe. Though the deity or saint you serve may have other faithful and clergy, you are special among worshippers, receiving your abilities from the highest of sources. As a conduit, you will heal and buff your allies, and you will debuff your foes while smiting them with divine magic. The spark of divinity within you shines, filling your enemies with awe and making you more worldly and aware. So this very much sounds more like, well, quite frankly, a 4th edition cleric. And for those of you who aren't aware, 4th edition was awesome. And one of the reasons that 4th edition was awesome was because as a cleric, number one, your role was leader, which meant that your ability to heal your party members took only a small fraction of your turn. It only took a minor action to deliver a very significant heal. So basically, it was almost not quite free, but the game basically gave you your ability to fulfill your primary role of healing your allies as sort of just like almost like a, of course you can do that very easily. But then in addition to that, your cleric got to, swing their warhammer or their mace with divine power, or raise their holy symbol on high and blast their enemies with divine radiance. And not only would they deal damage, but they might hit an enemy. Like a cleric might say, raise their holy symbol and shoot out a beam of energy, what we would call a line attack, right? And that line attack would do, radiant damage to your enemies. But if your allies were in that line, they might heal. So you got to kind of do cool things like debuff your enemies and attack your enemies and smite your enemies and still be healing your allies and still be buffing your allies. So the 4th edition cleric to me was always really, really cool. People are saying I should definitely I should do the conduit first. Okay, Jackal says we should do the conduit. When Jackal says something, I usually just listen to Jackal, but Healy Spaces is the same way as too. Jackal just wants the conduit first, so Derek loses his mind about the layout. Oh, okay. Yeah, Conduit is the 4th edition cleric and the invoker. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, 4th edition was awesome, and 4th edition had power sources, and one of those was divine power source. You also had an arcane power source, a primal power source, a martial power source, oh, we got a couple super chats. I'll get to those in a second. But you also had your role, and in 4th edition, your role was defender, okay, like your tank character, a striker, right, someone who dealt damage, a controller, somebody who was good at doing AoEs and debuffing their enemies, and a leader, somebody who was good at buffing their allies and healing their allies. Now, the divine power source had one class, actually there's several classes, but for each of these roles, you had the paladin was the divine tank, and then you had the avenger, who was the divine striker, and then you had the cleric, who was the divine leader, and then a class called the invoker, who was the divine controller. So the conduit definitely feels like a cleric invoker mix, and the censor feels a lot like a avenger paladin, honestly. So, but we'll take a look at this. Hey, we got a bunch of super chats. Thank you so much. Lionhead Gaming says, I'm gonna need the comparison between the two of them. Yes, we will take a look at them, and I will give you my thoughts on them. It's been a while since I looked at the Fury and the Elementalist, but I do remember that they gave me warm vibes, and I was told these are very more complicated classes. So we'll see how we get with that. Thank you, Joshua, for the super chat. I might have missed it. Is there an in-depth video on Shadowdark? You did not miss it. I have never done a video on Shadowdark because I can't really do a first look on Shadowdark, considering I've run the game a number of times, so it's not really a first look. Secondly, what would an in-depth video on Shadowdark even be? The game is like 10 pages long. So it's cool. It's cheap. You should buy it. So that would be my answer there. Are you still doing the Daggerheart live play game? So the problem with that, Joshua, is we were going to do a reduced game with only 3 players instead of our usual 4 or 5. And 2 of my 3 players basically had to take extended leaves of absence. So that left me with 1 player out of 3. And we haven't quite figured out schedules or what we're going to do going forward. So the answer is, I don't know. Rivener, if you enjoyed that Pendragon solo adventure, which we did, we never actually looked at the game. I felt bad about that. I feel like I still owe Pendragon actual first look because we didn't really get into the mechanics. We just played the solo game. You should know that we are going to be doing a solo campaign, sort of, here on the channel with the One Ring. We are going to be delving into Moria, and we are going to be part of Balin's expedition, his crusade to recover the lost depth of Khazad-dûm. And we're going to be doing kind of a solo play, but with chat. So it's going to be like chat plays, Twitch plays Pokemon. It'll be like that, but with the One Ring. So very good stuff. Thank you, C-Cav, for the support for Draw Steel. Yeah, again, we got more classes to go, so we'll definitely get into it. And of course, it's nice last call. So we spend the first 30 minutes just, catching up and talking about stuff. Awesome. I'm glad you're hype about it. All right. Look forward to the VOD. Fantastic. Well, enjoy it when you get there. All right. So Conduit. So we've got this guy. He's got robot head, bolts on his heads, but I like the holy symbol around his head. This is actually a cool piece of art. I will prove this piece of art. All right. So we are an intuition-based class, pretty standard array. Our potencies are tied to intuition. Our stamina is, I think it's, let's compare it to the Fury. All right. The Fury got 21. The Elementalist got 18. So our Censor is more on the, our Conduit is more on a little bit more on the softier, squishier side of stamina. Not by much, but it is to be noted. All right. Boom, boom, boom. So real quick, looks like we've got, this is all our first level stuff. And then we get into our heroic abilities. And then we get to second level. So after 7 pages. All right. Joshua, for the lights. Thank you for all you do, Derek. Yes, I mean, technically, they're both goals. They go, they all end up in my pocket. So I really appreciate it either way. Thank you, Joshua. Well, you see, the deal is Amaran is having a holiday special on lights. That's why I have an opportunity to really buy some really nice lights here. The Conduit has between 10 and 54 subclasses. Sick. All right. So, as an aside, one of the reasons I don't like cleric classes is because I hate how they all have just all these endlessly customized ability for all these different deities. I just like my old school cleric, every cleric was the same. I appreciated that. I just like that. Choose a god or a saint who your character reveres. And you can also create a deity. After you pick your deity, pick 2 domains from their portfolio. The 2 domains you pick, these terminologies have been around in D&D for a very long time, but there is no way to make the amazing, mysterious wonder of the covenant of religion sound more bureaucratic and boring than to say, to call them domains and portfolio. I've always felt that those were the worst terminologies ever. The 2 domains you pick make up your subclass, and your choice of new domains determines many of the features that you will gain. As a quick build, you might want to choose life and protection. Classic. A classic combination for sure. Our heroic resource is called Piety. It lets us heal and empower our allies while unleashing holy power upon our foes. Fantastic. This is one of the random Piety, random heroic resources generators. So we get D3 at the start of each of our turn. Could have good turns. Could have meh turns. Thank you, Zen Bullet, for the pocket. I appreciate it. The pockets do enjoy being padded these time of days. Can't just all go to rent and utilities and mortgages. Additionally, you can gain more piety by praying, but beware, you can draw their ire, as the gods hate to be annoyed. Before you roll to gain piety at the start of your turn, you can pray, but if you do, your roll gains the benefit of the following effects. If you roll a 1, you get 1 piety but anger the gods, and you take damage. If it's 2, you gain an additional piety, and if it's a 3, you gain 2 additional piety and can activate a domain effect. Okay, so it's kind of a gambling, kind of push your luck. I mean, am I crazy, or would I just always pray? I feel like I would always pray. I don't know. It just seems like that's a kind of a no-brainer. I mean, yeah. Yeah, that damage is not nothing, but it's only a 33% chance, and it's not like it's horrifying amount of damage. Anyways, we lose our piety at the end of the encounter. So what are our features? Well, just like everybody else, we're going to get 2 signature abilities. And then we're going to get escalating amount of abilities, capping out at 5 abilities, a 3, a 5, a 7, a 9, and 11. We'll also gain some tiered domain abilities. And then we get a crunchy ton of features, from Healing Grace, Ray of Wrath, our triggered action, prayer, Conduit Ward, Conduit abilities, perks, List of Heavens. Well, perks are just like the feats, I'm sorry. Minor Miracle, we get increased features from our domains, Burgeoning Saint, all sorts of stuff. All right. So we have the standard thing where you can use piety outside of combat, but if you do it, you can't do it again until you earn a victory or do a respite. Again, this is surprisingly totally acceptable tech. I know I've said this last time that we did this, but this was always an issue with any sort of quote unquote infinite resource, is like, well, how do my players not abuse it? And the real answer is, as maybe as gamey as it is this box of text. And that's it. Solution. All right. Your choice of domains provides you with 2 additional ways that you could. Okay. Your choice of domains provides you with 2 additional ways to earn piety during combat. So, everybody has a different way to earn, heroic resources are cool because they inspire you to do certain actions. The Sun domain grants you additional piety when a nearby creature takes fire or holy damage. Sick. The War domain grants piety when nearby creatures take damage of 10 or higher, of 10 plus your level or higher. Sick. And if you have both of those domains and a nearby creature takes an appropriate amount of fire damage, you'll gain it from both of your domains. So that's awesome. That's thematic, mechanical. This is Vorthos, to the max. And I think that's awesome. Yes, it turns 1 into 2, it turns 2 into 3, and it turns 3 into 5. That is correct. Additionally, whenever you activate a domain effect by praying for piety, that's if we roll the 3, we could choose one of our domains and have that prayer effect take place immediately. So we have a bunch of different domains, and, we're going to look at them. Creation. So the first time in an encounter that a creature uses an area ability, we get 2 bonus piety. And if we do pray and we do get a 3, we get to summon a wall of stone. Now, if I roll a 3 and I create a wall of stone, is that count as me using an area ability? And do I get 2 piety? The only reason I say that that's kind of like meh is because it's kind of like, I don't know. It feels like I'm being overly rewarded for something that was already good. but maybe not. But so now if I roll a 3, you know, okay, the Wall of Stone does not have the area keyword. Okay, perfect. Then I approve very much of this. Okay. It's a little strange that the Wall of Stone doesn't have the area keyword, but death. If we kill a minion, non-minion, or if we bloody a solo creature. Cool. And then our prayer is we can inflict a deadly curse. Each takes corruption damage equal to twice our score. Cool. Fate. Ooh, cool. The first time a creature or an ally gains a tier 3 or an enemy gets a tier 1 effect. That's pretty cool. And then if we call upon the force of fate, choose a creature within 10 squares, that creature automatically gets a tier 1. Wow, that's really powerful. So the prayer effect for fate is you can either upgrade automatically to a tier 3 or downgrade automatically to tier 1. And that's both sides. That you could use that as an enemy thing, or you could use that as an ally thing. So very flexible, very powerful. That's pretty cool. That's a really neat one. So that one definitely stands out to me as being very powerful, especially because we can use it multiple times throughout the course of a combat. So that's very cool. And again, I like that it plays both sides of the fence, you know? And that in a game like this, that just feels so much more cool than you get advantage, you know, to your next attack. It's just, hey, you automatically get this upgrade to the best possible outcome. And again, it's their next power roll made before the end of the encounter. So, you know, that power roll could technically happen a turn or 2 later, which does get into like a annoying tracking thing, but hey, it is what it is. Knowledge. You gain 2 piety the first time in an encounter that the director spends malice. Love these kind of meta moments. I'm not really quite sure I see the through line of why you gain piety from the director spending malice, but hey, it's all right. Choose 5 allies or choose yourself and instead of one ally. Each target gains a surge. Cool. Remember, you can cash in surges to do more damage and the like. Life. The first time a creature heals, basically, you get piety. Prayer effect. Choose yourself or one ally within 10 squares. That character can spend a recovery, can end 1 effect on them that is ended by a saving throw, or that ends at the end of their turn. Again, I mentioned this last time, and I don't want to reiterate it, but this is the tech that tells me that these people played 4th edition D&D and were annoyed by the same things that I was annoyed by and my group was annoyed by, and I appreciate the hell out of that because it makes me feel better about the game. Because in 4th edition D&D, you could end things that were ended by a saving throw, but you couldn't end things that ended at the end of the turn. And so EONT was in some weird ways stronger than save ends. Now, this one, if I did roll the 3 and I got the prayer effect and I targeted an ally and they heal using a recovery, then they definitely recovered stamina and I would get my piety, I think. Love. The first time an ally uses the aid attack maneuver, and everybody gets temporary stamina. Nature, if they deal acid, cold, electricity, fire, positive sonic damage, we can do some vine pushing, sliding, forced movement. Protection, the first time someone gains temporary stamina or uses a triggered action. Now, again, so some of these do trigger themselves, right? Because if I roll 3, I get the prayer effect. An ally within 10 squares gains temporary stamina equal to 4 times my intuition score. And because an ally within 10 squares just gained temporary stamina, I would gain my piety effect. I don't like when things can self-trigger themselves because it's just kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of boring. No, it's not about a balance thing. It's just about it just feels lazy. That's all. Like this is way more interesting to me, right? The prayer effect is we can hit enemies with a big lightning blast. But our piety is force moving them, you know? So I like that it like we don't just get to do all of our things because we rolled a 3 on a prayer. Like we're already probably going to be praying anyways. So that's already kind of a non-choice. And then if we roll a 3, I'm not saying that there might be a situation where you don't pray, but yeah. So anyways, here's another one again that just triggers itself. And I like the trickery better. An ally has to, aid or hide. Whereas the prayer effect is we could slide somebody. So again, these just require a little bit more work. And I like that they require a little bit more work instead of I rolled a 3, right? From doing something that I was going to do anyways. That's all I'm saying. It doesn't really affect or shape the play in a meaningful way, I think. As opposed to trickery, which is going to, really encourage you or your ally to take the aid attack or take the hide maneuver, because as part of your, synergistic team planning, you're like, hey, somebody needs to do something for me to be able to get this benefit, and it could be worth it for us to do this. Anyways. And lastly, war. You can grant a bunch of surges with a prayer, or you get piety the first time somebody does a bunch of damage, which is pretty cool. All right. Now, those are the domains, and those are the piety effects. That's our heroic resource. And if we roll a 3, we get this prayer effect. But our domain features also can grant a feature. So choose one of your domains. We get 2. You gain a domain feature for that domain as shown on the first level Conduit domain features table. Additionally, you gain a new skill that is, related to that domain. So again, we have all these domains, and we'll pick one of them. So that I guess this is a really important one. Maybe we eventually gain the other one. So creation gives us hands of the maker. Death gives us grave speech. Fate gives us oracular visions. Yada, yada, yada. I don't want to go through all of these because this is already going to be a longer class. So we'll just take a look at a couple of them. Now, I'm going to bitch here. I'm already going to bitch here because the domains are in alphabetical order, which is cool. And the features of those domains are, but then the features in the book are then listed in their own alphabetical order. That's annoying. In a certain way it makes sense, but not in a way that makes any sense to me. I don't know. Anyways, because I was like, oh, let's see what Hands of the Maker does. And I'm like, nope, that's not Hands of the Maker. Okay, here we go. Hands of the Maker. You have the following ability. Self. You create a mundane object of size 1s or smaller. You can maintain a number of objects created this way equal to your intuition score. You can destroy an object created this way with a thought, no matter how far away you are from it. So that's pretty sweet. Just works. Doesn't cost you anything. It's like having that, what was it called? The staff of, it wasn't the staff of Birna, right? It was the staff of something else from Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. The one that created the blocks and you could push them around. But I mean, it could be anything, really. It's a mundane object. Barrels, crates. I mean, I guess what is a mundane object? Is that like a wood axe? Again, a lot of fun that you could have with this ability. I'll just say that. That's pretty cool. Let's take a look at Revitalizing Ritual. Each time you finish a respite, you can choose yourself or one ally who is also finishing a respite to gain the benefits of a divine ritual. The chosen character gains a bonus to their recovery value equal to your level. that lasts until you finish another respite. So basically, when you take a long rest, essentially, you basically make their recovery value higher until the next time you take a long rest. So when they do spend recoveries, whether you granted them to them or they're spending them on their own, they're going to heal for more hit points. That's pretty cool. All right. Now, we also get, now, to be clear, the organizational here is a little bit wonky because, you know, we've got all these lists of domain features: Faithful Friend, Grace Reach, Blessing of Compassion, Hands of the Maker, Inner Light, or, you know, and we just got text going, Revitalizing Ritual, and Sanctified Weapon, which, to be clear, is the War Domain's ability. And then it just kind of goes to Healing Grace. And I get that this font is a little bit bigger, but it's all just black text, and the font is the same. So, you know, it's not entirely immediately clear to me that this is a whole other separate ability, like, section. Like, this is a new thing that is completely separate from the thing that we were just looking at. But this is what I was talking about with 4th edition D&D. And I'm excited to see it here, which is, as a maneuver, which is literally the same thing. Maneuver in Draw Steel is the equivalent of minor action from 4th edition D&D, which you can use once on your turn. A target can spend a recovery. And that's almost exactly what leaders did in 4th edition D&D. It was an encounter power. It was actually a special bonus type of encounter power because you could use it multiple times per encounter. But we can also spend piety when we use this. For each piety spent, choose one of the following enhancements. Oh, we can spend multiple pieties. We can target an additional ally. Sick. We can end an effect. Again, ended by a saving throw or end of turn. Awesome. A prone target can stand up. A target can spend an additional recovery. Well, obviously, this is a very, 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 very powerful ability. You know, I mean, this puts 4th edition to shame. There's a lot of flexibility here. And I'm reading this correctly. There's no limit to the number of times I can choose each bullet point. Is that correct? Like, if I spent 4 piety, an ally could recover. I'm sorry, if I spent 3 piety, the target could spend 3 additional recoveries, right? So they could spend 4 recoveries. So, I mean, this is, instead of having 35,000 healing abilities, you have just one ability and it's all contained. Now, why is this okay? Well, one, it is somewhat limited by how much piety you have. And if you're spending all of your piety on Healing Grace, you're not spending it on your cool abilities to debuff and enemies and all that other stuff. But secondly, most importantly, recoveries are a limited resource. Oh, right. Recoveries are 33%. I'm used to thinking Healing Surge where they're 25%. So for me, the way that I play these games, you know, respite is not something that you are going to get very often. And again, it probably varies depending on the type of game you have. But I know that when I played 4th edition, my players, you know, sometimes had to make Healing Surges last for, you know, 8, what this game would call a victory, right? 6 plus, 7 plus, 8 plus victories. You have to make those recoveries last. So the fact that you can spend them like they're going out of style is awesome, because it's still fundamentally limited in the long term. So I love this. And it's a maneuver. So you can still move and you can still do a main action, just like the cleric from 4th edition. It's a very powerful ability, and I love it. I think this is awesome. Wow, very cool. Remind me, in this game, can you downgrade your main action and or move action to maneuvers. The main can go to move or maneuver, but the move can't go to maneuver. Okay. Because in 4th edition, you could turn you could turn a standard into a move, but you could also turn a move into a minor. And so there were instances where leaders in 4th edition wouldn't move, and they would turn their move into a minor, and then they would use 2 minor actions to heal twice. But, okay. Okay, well, I mean, this seems very powerful, but again, it's okay. Obviously, this ability is ridiculous if your party is going 2 victories and then having a respite, or 1 victory, 2 victories, having a respite. And if you're just like literally just healing everybody to full and you're just spending recoveries like they're going out of style, then yeah, I mean, I think this is very, very, very powerful. I mean, obviously, healing in this game isn't, quite so, restricted, because everybody has essentially a second wind ability to spend a maneuver and heal themselves. But the key to this ability is it's not how hard it is to get the healing off. It's making those recoveries last through the number of victories that you require in order to achieve success, and or before you're able to respite. And I think that's really cool. All right. Still, one of the most powerful healing abilities I've ever seen in my entire life. We'll say that. Ray of Wrath. So this is our basic holy at-will ability. We can use it as our ranged free strike. So it just does range damage, and it can do holy damage if we want. There we go. Every conduit can just laser blast. All right, we also get a triggered action. Having reactions is always good. These are all triggered actions. They all seem to have a range. Oh, there's just 2. So we can either basically debuff or buff. So they're both range 10. And the trigger, in one case, is the target makes an ability roll for a damage dealing ability. The effect, the power roll gains an edge. Spend 1 piety. The power roll has a double edge. Now, if you're like me and you don't remember what this stuff does because it doesn't make any sense, an edge gives you a +2 bonus to your roll. A double edge gives you a +0 bonus to your roll, but it automatically increases the tier result by 1. So a tier 1 result becomes a tier 2 result, a tier 2 result becomes a tier 3 result, and a tier 3 result becomes a tier 3 result. Double edge is very, very good. But also, if you already have an edge from something else in the game, then just gaining another edge would mean that you now have a double edge, and thus, wreck face. Similarly, banes work the opposite. A bane is a -2. A double bane means that you can't even get a tier 3 result. You can only get a tier 1 or a tier 2 result because the tier result is reduced. Again, a beating. This is a triggered action. You get one of these around. This is pretty good. Seems like a very powerful class. That's okay. You know why? I'm a believer that if I'm buffing and healing people, I should at least be good at it. Prayer. Choose one of the following prayers. You can change your prayer along with your ward by praying to your god during respite. So this is sort of one of those like strategic decisions. You make it, and then it lasts until the next time you heal. Or I'm sorry, the next time you take a long rest, which remember in this game isn't just, oh, he slept in the rain under a rock for 8 hours, 6 hours, or 8 hours. Like a respite in this game is like you made it to town, you find yourself in a great inn and tavern, you spend a week recovering. It's a big deal. So we can either pray for destruction, which gives us +1 bonus to rolled damage. We can pray for distance, and we get +2 bonus to the range of our abilities. We can pray for the soldier's skill, which lets us wear better kits, so we can kind of get a little bit of martial proficiency. We can pray for speed, which gives us bonuses to our movement and the distance we can shift when we disengage, basically the 5-foot step. And we can pray for steel, which gives us bonus hit points. Okay. Am I crazy? Or is this really weak? Cinnabos, I will agree with that. Having your prayer be tied to your piety be called, this is called your prayer, which is different from your prayer. Like there's a lot of made up moobly goobly fantasy words that have to deal with, you know, this could be called, you know, covenant. This could be called, you know, faith or something. But it's kind of crazy that you have two things in this class that are called prayers, and they're different. Okay, I mean, there's a lot of words in the English language. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. All right. We also get a ward, which I think we also saw in the Elementalist, right? Maybe. Could be wrong. Again, we can change this whenever we take a long rest. We either get a +1 bonus to our saving throws. We can, whenever we take damage, we can shift. Whenever a creature damages us, they can't target us again. At least that round. Or whenever a creature damages us, they take corruption damage. Yeah, but were the Elementalist things called prayers? They were called enchantments. So just don't call it a prayer. That's all I'm saying. Like, or call the other thing something else. Yeah, so they had enchantments and wards, and the Conduit has prayers and wards. So they're kind of the same, but they have different names. In which case, why don't just call it enchantment? Because you already have an entire system called prayer. So I don't know. That's that. Oh, you're saying why the +1 may seem out of place on the Conduit. Got it. Oh, okay. Okay. Got it. Well, okay. But am I crazy? Or is that really weak too? Like, I mean, I don't know. I just +1 damage doesn't seem like it's really that much. I mean, I guess it is a little bit. I don't know. But anyways, okay. Now, that's all of our basic first level abilities. Then we choose our 2 signature abilities, and we also choose our our heroic abilities. Remember, heroic abilities are the ones that cost our piety. Now, this is a cool tension, right? Because our piety is going to be coming in randomly each turn, and we're also potentially going to be able to gain some bonus piety if certain conditions are met. Cool. But we're also going to have a choice to pray, which is going to generate some additional piety for us, and is definitely going to be an option when our stamina is very high. But we're going to be wanting to spend that piety to be able to do really sick, awesome healing words, or whatever it's called. Healing grace. But we're also going to get conduit abilities, and we're going to get heroic abilities. So let's see what we can do for this. So we get to pick 2 signature abilities. Remember, these don't cost any heroic resource, so these are going to be a good option for us. So the first is laser mission. Laser cleric. It's holy damage at range against a single target, but just like the 4th edition at will cleric power, you hit an ally or hit an enemy with damage at ranged, and then you give an ally a kind of a buff or bonus. In this case, they get 1, 2, or 3 surges depending on how well you rolled. Awesome. Awesome. And this is just your at will ability. Fantastic. Drain. So in this case, we get a melee ability. And again, this is very similar to one that it was in 4th edition, where we do some corruption damage by draining the energy from them. But you or an ally within distance can spend a recovery. So it's like we're draining them of their energy and using it to empower the healing of another character, which is, again, awesome. Basic at will. And this is an example of how our character might hit somebody in melee, do a bunch of corruption damage, heal somebody also within melee range with a recovery, and then use their maneuver and spend no piety to give another character a recovery. So you moved, you attacked, you did damage, you healed somebody, and you healed somebody else. Or maybe you moved, you attacked, you did damage, you healed yourself. You also healed an ally on the other side of the battlefield. That's a cool turn if you're used to playing like a Pathfinder 2 cleric. Full stop. Holy Lash is holy damage and some vertical pulls. So a little bit of controlling aspect there. Lightfall is a 2 burst. Remind me how bursts work in this game. I want to say they didn't work the way that they should, but I could be wrong. Is it pick a square, go out that many squares? Oh. Thank you, James. Okay. So yes, this is where my 4th edition coding, gets me messed up. 4th edition would call this a close burst too. They use that term. Close burst to indicate that it wasn't. But you're right, because there's no range mentioned. So absolutely. Okay, so this is a point-blank AoE, as Wes says. It's a PB AoE. Yeah, so it's a point-blank AoE. It hits every enemy for a tickle of damage, but we can teleport ourselves and each ally in the area to unoccupied spaces in the area. Cool. Flexible, fun. You're repositioning and doing damage. Awesome. And again, right off the rip, I like Blessed Light. I like Drain. I don't know how much I like Holy Lash, but I like Lightfall. So I already like 3 of these, and I only get to pick 2. But we have more. Sacrificial Offer. Here's a ranged damage, a corruption damage, and you can then choose yourself or one ally within distance, which is 10. That character can impose a bane on one power roll made against them before the end of their next turn. Whew, there's a lot of that's a lot of condition stackish trading, because you're not debuffing the enemy, you're buffing your ally with a triggered debuff. And here's the rub of a game like this. That's awesome. But fuck that. Like I can't do this stuff anymore. You know what I mean? it's fiddly bits overload, It's one of those things that's a tough one to remember. It is a delayed trigger, Outercraft. It is exactly what it is, Outercraft. It is a delayed trigger, which itself has an expiration date. Still, imposing a bane is big deal. Staggering Curse is a melee ability. A little bit more damage, right? Instead of 2, 4, 6, it's 3, 5, 8. And we get to slide the target. So pretty good for melee positioning or repositioning, but not one that I'm probably going to choose, but you never know. Warrior's Prayer is a ranged attack, does really good damage, and an ally or ourselves gain temporary stamina equal to our intuition score. So only a couple of points, but eventually our intuition score could get up there. Wither, and this is our first one that actually uses potencies. We do corruption damage at range. However, if they fail to our potency, they get a bane. And they all do the same thing. Take a bane, take a bane, take a bane. Again, that's not bad. And it's interesting how these two things are similar, right? Like Sacrificial Offer is similar to Wither. They're both range 10. They both deal corruption damage. They both target one creature, although this one targets an object. But like one sort of gives them this delayed trigger bane, and the other one makes the target get a bane. And it's kind of like, why do both of these exist? I'm not saying that like the effects are the same, because they're obviously a little bit different. But, you know, and obviously the one relies on beating the potency. But given that it relies on beating the potency, you know, my temptation would be just to take Sacrificial Offer, but I don't know. It is what it is. All right. All in all, I think these are pretty good. You know, there's a lot of what I would call the 4E staples here, from Blessed Light, Drain, even the Holy Lash, Lightfall. I mean, it'd be very tough for me. It depends, of course. It depends. Am I a ranged build, or am I more of a quote unquote melee build, right? In 4th edition, you could build a strength-based cleric, or you could build a charisma or a wisdom-based cleric. But my sort of gut reaction is to be a ranged character in this game. So I would definitely choose Blessed Light. And Lightfall is pretty cool. It's hard for me to understand how useful like a couple points of temporary stamina is, because to be clear, you know, this is how much stamina you would get in like Pathfinder 2, but in Pathfinder 2, they also would be dealing like 38 damage. So it's kind of like, which is which. There's a lot of melee abilities in here, more than I would think there would be, but I don't know. I guess I would take Sacrificial Offer. Anyways, all right. Here is our 3 piety abilities. Call down the thunder. Here's our 3 cube within 10. So that's a 3x3 tic-tac-toe board. Each enemy only. Sonic damage. Push, push, push. No potency, just push. Well, maybe push never has potency because you have stability. That may probably is what they do. Effect, you can also push each willing ally in the same distance, ignoring stability. Oh, that's cool. So you can push your enemies, but also push your allies if it would, benefit the team. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I love me a ranged AoE that only targets enemies and lets me reposition them. Pulf, that's a great point. Since damage is basically guaranteed, temporary stamina, very important for mitigation, because you know you're going to get hit. Yeah, good point. Font of Wrath. You summon a spirit of size 2 who cannot be harmed and appears in an unoccupied space. It lasts until the end of your next turn, EONT. You and your allies can move through it, but enemies can't. And any enemy who moves within 2 squares of the spirit for the first time in a combat round or starts their turn there takes holy damage equal to your intuition score. This is, what do they call it? Spirit Guardians or whatever, Spectral Guardians from 5th edition, basically. Seems like a lot of work. I'm not going to take that one. Especially because, in 4th edition, something like this would have said each time you move the enemy, within range. And so you could slide them and go and trigger it like 17 times around. But now that they have this, but it's only the first time each round, so it only can do damage to the enemy once a round. So it's like, now obviously, if you set up a situation where for whatever reason you could put like 3 or 4 enemies through the Spirit Guardian's area of effect, you could potentially get a bunch of free damage. But anyways, Judgment's Hammer. All right, now we're talking ranged, big damage, prone, and potentially prone and cannot stand up, save ends. That's pretty sweet. That's a nice solid debuff for sure. Because again, remember too, if you knock them prone, and let's say they're a melee character, they're going to use their action to stand up. They're going to be down one of their the maneuver, I think it is, to stand up. Violence will not aid thee. Range 10 lightning damage. The first time on a turn that the target deals damage to another creature, they take 1d10 lightning damage, save ends. So they take a DOT. Sinmad, I'm going to agree with Pulf here. I fucking love oatmeal. So I don't know what to tell you. I had oatmeal today. All right, well, we get one of these. And for me, it's easily going to be Judgment's Hammer. Love it. I love the high damage. I like knocking people prone. Good stuff. All right, we also get a 5 piety ability. We get Corruption's Curse. Sinmad says, yeah, I had oatmeal a while ago. You got me. Cursed by you, the enemy takes more damage. Range 10. We do a modest amount of corruption damage. It is 5 piety. But then they get damage weakness 5. So every time they take damage, they take 5 more. And it's a save ends. So potentially setting up this, if you set this up right, you could be doing an extra 10, 15 points of damage, maybe even 20, 30 points of damage. And 5 is a lot. That's a lot. I mean, that's basically like every time you hit this monster again, which again, remember in this game, it's even better because they always take damage. Right? You can't miss. Like that was always the downside of giving an enemy vulnerability or weakness. It's like, yeah, if everybody misses, my debuff did nothing. But you don't miss in this game. So yeah, that's money. It does make the +1 damage from earlier look like ass, but I mean, I guess it's just free. Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's a standard part of the kit. You just wouldn't choose it. Which is to say, and again, I don't think this game makes any apologies. I feel like this game is so this tower is so ivory. It's like an elephant graveyard, right? This game, I think there are powers that are much more powerful than other powers. I think there is definitely ways to build better PCs and to build weaker PCs. And I think this game is not only okay with that, I think they deliberately kind of introduced some elements of ivory tower design here. Anyways, it's going to be hard not to take this one. This is just a very powerful action. Curse of Terror is a single target that frightens them. Recall what Frighten did. I'd have to look in the classes chapter, I think, because that's where the conditions are. Assuming Frighten means they have to spend their actions moving away. In which case, Faith is our armor. Note, this is only a maneuver. So we could do this on top of our other stuff. But it is competing with Healing Grace. 4 allies. You could target yourself instead of in 1 ally with this ability. So you plus 3 allies or 4 allies. And dropping a shitload of stamina. And what's great about this is everyone here knows, well, maybe you don't know, but I love I'm not like the biggest World of Warcraft fan, but I played it back in the day. Where I love being a disciplined priest. And I love putting sort of quote unquote protective bubbles and shields around allies. The problem is that in most D&D Pathfinder 2 type games, giving someone temporary hit points doesn't really matter because resource recovery is essentially infinite, right? You have scrolls, you have wands. I'm talking about over editions over the last 20 years. 4th edition was the first edition where that sort of disciplined priest ability was really cool because this doesn't cost them recoveries, right? If we grant myself and 3 allies 15 points of stamina, I just gave everybody in the party, I mean, my character at level 1 only has 18, I think, stamina. So I basically gave myself almost 3 recoveries worth of healing, but I didn't have to use any of my recoveries. So this is an example when you have this very limited healing surge recovery mechanic, that this kind of bubble-based proactive healing can be really, 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 really powerful. Well, no, but you know, the problem with Protector Tree from PF2 is, okay, let's say you don't have Protector Tree, and let's say your allies get beat to shit, okay? And then after the fight, you just treat wounds and spend focus points to heal everybody to full. So it doesn't really matter that you absorbed damage in the long term. Like, yeah, it might keep them alive, I guess, during that particular fight, but that's a very tight rope to walk, and I don't really like it. I love the ablative nature of this kind of style of game. So, and it's a maneuver. So I could still move and I could still take a main action. It's going to be very hard for me not to choose this one, by the way. Sinmad says, I wouldn't call it Ivory Tower because it's definitely not intentional. So it's more like an ivory pit. Interesting. You don't think that they tried to write trap options. Okay, deliberately. Okay. I'm not saying that these options are traps. I'm just simply saying that some of these abilities, in my very quick estimation, to be fair, feel there's a spectrum here. Okay. I'm not saying any of these are F tier. Far from it. I'm just saying some of these, you know, might be a C minus. Totally average. It passes. You can graduate high school with a C minus GPA. Graduate college. You can get a degree. You can think you can even become a doctor. I'm just saying some of these are better. Sermon of Grace. Now this is a main action. Each ally in the area, close burst, point blank AoE, 4 burst. So that is a 9x9 grid. Each target can spend a recovery. Okay. Now we're already spending 5 piety, so in some ways, using our recovery, healing grace would do the same thing. Additionally, each target can use a triggered action, free triggered action, to end one effect on them that is ended by a saving throw or that ends on their turn, or to stand up if prone. I don't feel like I would take this because I have healing grace. Like, you know, the default ability of my class. Right? Am I crazy? Also, remind me if free triggered actions, does that eat up your triggered action, or is it a free? Well, the removal of the effect seems pretty strong. All right. So, no, it's free. Okay. So my question is, why is it a triggered action then? That's all I'm asking. Why don't they just say, additionally, each target can end one effect on them that is ended by a saving throw? And the reason I ask that is because Healing Grace does the same thing, but it doesn't say it's a free triggered action. So to be clear, what we just read. So let's say I want to affect me and 4 or 3 allies. So this would cost 3 piety, and everybody would spend a recovery. And then I would end an effect, so it would be 4 piety, right? So for a maneuver, I could target myself and 3 allies. We would all spend a recovery, and we could all end an effect that would be ended by a saving throw or that ends at the end of the turn. And that would be 4 piety. Or I could spend 5 piety to kind of do this. Now, James says 7. Why? Why is it 7? I see. So if you are, see, that's like that's some fiddly shit, right? Where it's like, well, this isn't a free trigger. The other one's a free trigger. So even though it's a free one, okay, wait, hold on a sec. Back up. Why? Oh, okay. I thought that the base effect would then be getting added with the spending of 1 piety, and then we are just targeting more people. So what you're saying is that I have to buy each of these a la carte for each target? That is not, I mean, I read a lot of game design. That is not even close to how I would have interpreted this ability. Now this one clearly says a target. It's a skill issue. Maybe. Yes, right. Right. The distinction between a target versus each target. But here's the problem. This says the target. You know? And so and this just says you can target 1 additional ally within distance. So if I target an additional ally, do they even get to spend a recovery? Because this doesn't say the targets. This just says the target. And this lets me target an additional ally, but does it actually let them spend a recovery? I mean, I'm assuming the answer is yes. But yeah, it's a little weird that the way that this is phrased. But okay, so this is basically kind of like a more efficient way of doing that, basically. I still probably wouldn't take it because I have this. And, in a pinch, most of the time, I'm not going to need to do all of this all the time. So, anyways, I'm taking Faith as armor. Okay, so that's our level 1 Conduit. Derek has Faith as our armor. He has Judgment's hammer. I would probably have either Wither or Sacrificial Offer. I would have to do some math and figure out which one I would want to take. And I would have Blessed Light. Obviously, I could change my prayer, my ward from day to day, so that doesn't really matter. And then from domain purposes, I didn't look through what all of these do, but I mean, I'm here to heal people, so I'm going to definitely choose Revitalizing Ritual, and so I guess that means I'm healing or something. Let's see here. I mean, I did like Hands of the Maker. I thought that was pretty cool. So, all right. Well, I will be a life and creation. Those will be my 2 domains. Sounds good to me. Death and Fate is busted. I believe it. Fate seemed very powerful. All right. So that's our 5 piety abilities. So now we get to level 2. At level 2, our god makes mention of us. Now, whenever we allow another creature to spend a recovery, we can spend a recovery. Sick. We get a perk. We also get the first level domain feature and the ability to choose a skill for the domain you selected at first level, but whose domain feature you didn't take at that level. So at level 2, we get our other domain. But now we also choose one of our domains and we get a heroic ability from that domain. And this is a level 2. And then we get a whole new list of stuff, which is written where? Oh, okay. These ones cost piety. Got it. And again, they're kind of misorganized here. Well, we're not going to read through all of these. So my character, we said, was going to be creation and life. So my character would get one of these heroic abilities. I'd either get Statue of Power or Wellspring of Grace. Statue of Power. A marble statue of your deity rises up from the ground. A size 2 statue appears. While within 3 squares of the statue, and by the way, it lasts to the end of the encounter, you gain, and it's a maneuver. That's nice. You gain 1 surge at the start of each of your turns. Each ally within 3 squares also gains the same bonus. Sick. If the statue takes 20 or more damage, it is destroyed. It is immune to poison and psychic. And then I also said I would take Wellspring of Grace, I think is what it was called. Wellspring of Grace. 3 aura. Each ally, until the end of the encounter or until you die, whenever a target starts their turn in the area, they can spend a recovery. Sick. Sinmad wants me to check out Reap. Range 10, each ally. Until the start of your next turn, each time a target kills an enemy, they regain stamina equal to 5 plus your int score. Now, does that trigger off of minions? Because that's sick. Right. Free healing is usually busted. And by the way, it is abilities like this that led to people in 4th edition, like, you know, the infamous, like, that this was the 4th edition equivalent of Bag of Rats, right? Where people will be like, oh, I have this ability. I'm going to use it outside of combat. And everybody's going to, you know, everyone's going to step on a bug, you know, and we're going to heal after fighting, right? That's the kind of logic that's how horrible the people who play these games are. Like that was even a thing, that was something that actually was theoretically discussed and debated. You know, could we use Reap outside of combat and everybody just stomps on a bug and everybody heals, you know, 6 or 7 or 8 stamina? So I do think it has a blanket no rat rule, you know. Wes says, you say horrible, I say smart. And that's, you know, that's the problem, Wes. I know you put the /s, is that it gets back to what I was saying before about people's approach to RPGs. And, you know, we were talking about Elden Ring the other day when we were playing Final Fantasy, and how some people are like, oh yeah, you know, I beat that boss by cheesing it. And, you know, like some sort of exploit or something, not necessarily cheating, but like just really, really bending the rules. And some people view that as being like, look at me, I'm so cool, I'm so good. Look at how smart I was that I beat that boss by, you know, exploiting some weird quirk of the mechanics of the game. I hate that shit. All right. Level 3. At level 3, we get a minor miracle. We can retort respect. Level 3, conduit, boom, you just can raise dead. You have to have creatures' remains. They have to die within 24 hours. The soul has to return to life. They return at the end of the respite with full stamina, half recoveries, and you only get half your recoveries. Fuck yeah. And that's a minor miracle. Respect. We also get our levels. We get our 7 piety abilities. Fear of the Gods is a big psychic blast that also AoE frightens. Now we're talking. In addition, each target is frightened of either you or a creature. Don't effects just happen? So I thought effects always happen. Am I crazy? Sinman says, oh my God, yeah, that's probably not intentional. Oh, okay. Like, I get what they're trying to say here. Correct. It's to pass the fear off to another creature, basically. Instead of me being the source of their fear, it could be me or a different creature. But that's kind of not how that works in the context of the game. Obviously, RAI versus RAW. But anyways, yeah. All right. 1 ally. They gain 20 temp, 3 surges. Now, I like this, but because this is basically literally like me casting Power Word Shield on an ally. But it is very expensive for 7 piety. That's a lot. I guess it's hard to, 20 is a lot. 3 surges is a lot, but yes, but yeah, exactly. It's more like an addendum to the frightened effect, or it's like sort of, it should say each frightened target or whatever, blah, blah, blah. No, this is the final production, Selden. Because it's not like Pathfinder ever released a book in print and then literally on day 1 released an errata for it because it was so misprinted. It's not like that ever happened with Pathfinder ever, right? I'm looking at you, Black Powder Shot, or whatever it was called. Soul Siphon. Damage. 1 ally can spend any number of recoveries, which, if I'm correct, should be 3 at most, right? Because that's the most that you could ever recover. Or whatever need to recover. I mean, it's pretty good. It's pretty low. It's a healthy chunk of damage. If you have an ally who is really messed up, oh, right, okay, negative hit points unless they're dying. Got it. Good. Yeah. So what a nice, like, you got an ally who's hurt badly. And by the way, remember the effect occurs regardless of what you roll. So you could hit an enemy for maybe, 9 damage, 12 damage, 17 damage, and also be like, hey, it's a lot of recoveries, but you can basically go from like you're dying to you're at full hit points. Tundless asking the question, is there a reason that range is randomly called distance here? Well, no, they called it distance here too. Maybe they just always use that term. Distance is the term. Okay. I mean, I'll believe you. Yeah. You or 1 ally within distance. Okay. Right. That's what I would think as well. Well, I think it's important to note something here because if I'm correct, the range of the Soul Siphon is 10. But if I had the prayer that gave me +2 to my range would be 12. And so an ally within distance, which would be 12. right? It's like range sets the initial distance, but the distance can be modified by other things or something like that. I don't know. Okay, so this is a massive burst that does AoE damage, and all my allies can heal. Oh, now I'll be honest with you. I like all of these. Now, my favorite is actually Saint's Raiment, just because this is literally like dropping a bubble on somebody. I just don't know if 7 piety is worth it for, you know, basically a single target temporary stamina, 3 surges. But Soul Siphon seems great. Words of Wrath and Grace seem great. Fear of the Gods seems great. So, I mean, this is an AoE psychic damage fear. Yeah, this is not, it's definitely not updated from a week or 2 ago for sure. If so, no. No, correct, Sinmad. It's not a main action, right? That is definitely something I respect. For sure. Sick. Thank you, Hilla Space. All right. 4th level. Whenever you gain piety from a domain feature, you gain an additional piety. So now the stuff that was free is even more free. We get some stat increases. We get a feat. We get perks. We get skill. And we get a new domain feature. Now, again, we're not looking at all of these. So we'll look at Blessing of Life and Improved Hands of the Maker, because that's what we mark. Our cleric was life and creation. All right. Blessing of Life. Your divine presence causes those you deem worthy to recover quickly. Whenever an ally within distance of your healing grace ability regains stamina for any reason, whether it's from us or from another ability or from their other ability, they regain additional stamina equal to your intuition score. And see, now this is where we're getting to some really cool stuff, because remember, it's about resource efficiency, right? And this basically, it's a way of turning 4th edition into worker placement games, board games, which I love. And basically figuring out ways to make your resources more efficient so that you can get more stuff done. But this is why it's so important to me when you play games like this to completely ignore all the advice that this game, Draw Steel, gives you in the Game Master's Guide. As long as you do that, as long as you completely ignore the GM advice of this game and you set challenge-based targets and you ignore all this Daggerheart-esque nonsense in the book about, like, you know, just go with the vibes, man, and just, you know, go with the cinematics and whatever feels cool and add hit points or subtract hit points. Because the moment you start doing that shit, all of the like hard work that your PCs have put in to making good, smart, strategic, and tactical decisions so that they can, you know, use their resources over a longer period of time and be rewarded for that in the fiction by the victories. They're literally called victories that they are earning. They're earning them. You're not giving them to them. They're earning them. So just ignore all the Game Master advice. Leave that shit for Daggerheart where it belongs. Appropriately, I might add. And I think as a GM, you should approach this game from a combat and a campaign as competition mindset. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that as the GM, I am trying to kill the PCs like I'm like the villain. It just means that my role is to be the competition. My role is to challenge them. My role is to, try to make them lose, basically. And they should feel legitimately good that they were smart and clever and put their resources together and use their resources so that when they got to the final villain, okay, like, for example, you're playing with me and I'm a conduit and I have Blessing of Life, okay? I have Blessing of Life. And I also have Prayer. Nope, that's not it. I have the Life one. I don't remember what it was called. Is it called Wellspring or Grace? No. Whatever. I have that other ability that I could pick a target, and whenever they recover stamina, they recover more, right? Cool. So now I have a character, maybe like our Fury or something like that, and they normally recover like 33% with a recovery. But because I've got my abilities and my features, when they spend a recovery, it's like they're gaining 50%. Okay, and maybe other people in my party are now gaining like 40% or something like that, right? And so when we get to the final encounter, when my party gets to the final encounter, other people's parties get to the final encounter after accruing 3 or 4 or 5 victories, and they are running out. They have run out of recoveries. They're down to their final 1 or 2 recoveries. Maybe they're out. My group, everybody has a comfortable 3 or 4 or 5 because I've been able to be efficient with my use of temporary HP and temporary stamina in order to shield them from recoveries, because we took advantage of the quote free stamina recovery from maybe an ability like Reap, because I invested in being able to allow my party members to be able to get more than 33% with each recovery spend. If you go through that process and then the GM says, oh, that party has a bunch of recoveries left, I'm going to make this fight harder so that they're actually challenged, I would rage quit your game immediately and never play with you again. It's like you're punishing me because I played smart, or you're going easy on me because I was stupid. That just doesn't even feel like. Then why did you give me 45 pages of class features to choose from? And why am I like racking my brain and trying to make a difficult decision? Anyways, Sveti says, the thing is, Derek, if you have to make it meaningful in the adventure to have 3, 4, or 5 straight victories versus retreating before, when do you achieve success accomplish in the mission? When is it extra? No, in my mind, it's like the Dark Necromancer is going to summon a demon, and he's going to do that in 2 days time, and the party can't take a respite. If the party takes a respite, guess what? He succeeds. Full stop. And you're like, so what does that mean? It means you have to beat the Necromancer before you take a respite. If you take a respite before the Necromancer is dead, he succeeds. How you accomplish that, that's up to you. I'm sorry, I said Necromancer, but although Necromancer is kind of we associate with undead, but like in Lord of the Rings, it wasn't necessarily undead. How many victories are necessary? Depends. It really depends. If it's like a dungeon, maybe the party's really awesome and clever, and maybe they bypass every single monster and they fight the Necromancer as their first encounter of the day. Maybe they're assholes and they fight a bunch of fights that they don't have to fight, and they lose a bunch of recoveries. Or maybe this game is a little bit more railroady because it's kind of the nature of the cinematic tactical experience. Again, any game that is this tactical kind of lends itself more towards prep, higher levels of prep. Higher levels of prep, I think, tends to lead towards more railroady games. And the answer is 5. If the party, you have what we would call a, what do we call it? A directed sandbox or something like that. I can't remember what the terminology is, but there's a number of, there's like 7 encounters that are planned, and you link through them and you get to the end, and maybe you encounter 5 of the 7, maybe you encounter 4 of the 7, maybe you encounter 6 of the 7, maybe you encounter all 7 of the 7. But and as for how many victories are required, I would think that the game would offer us advice about how many victories the party is supposed to encounter between respites. All right. Anyways, all right. We also get at 5th level, we get another domain feature Again, we get the one that we didn't choose last level. And we get a 9 piety ability. Beacon of Grace is a powerful holy damage attack. And until the end of the encounter, whenever you or any ally damages that target, they can spend a recovery. If the target is killed, basically, before the end of the encounter, you can use a free triggered action to move this effect to another creature within distance. Well, that's sweet. That's nice. Now, again, it's not free recoveries, but it is action economy. So there is something to be said about that. Penance. Prone can't stand. Brutal. 4 cube within 10 each enemy in the area. Now, that is an AoE controlling lockdown. That's pretty sweet. Very different, right? And I like that we have all these tools in our toolbox. We've been oohing and eyeing over all the temporary stamina, but here is a very large 4x4 area effect. Prone can't stand. That's pretty powerful. I'm assuming being prone gives you a bane and gives everybody else an edge or something, in which case, baller. So, all right. Sanctuary. Self or ally, it's a maneuver, good to note. The target is removed from the encounter map. You gotta love the gamist language there, and I love it. The target is removed from the encounter map until the start of their next turn, and can spend any number of recoveries. At the start of their next turn, they reappear in the space. Interesting. So it's a full heal, but they have to spend the recoveries, but it takes them off the map for a turn. Oh, I see. It's the start of their turn. So basically they become immune. I mean, they technically don't get any buffs either, but yeah. Right. Like if the enemy spent a lot of action economy to sort of gang up on somebody and then you just go, psych. I mean, granted, and again, they appear in the space they left or the nearest unoccupied space. So for whatever reason, there was a bunch of people. So it could potentially waste a bunch of people's turns. Take care, Nab. Good having you be here. That's exactly what Sanctuary does. That's right. Vessel of Retribution. Self or an ally, again, maneuver. The first time this target is dying or winded before the end of the encounter, each enemy within 5 takes 15 holy damage straight up. See, now this is a fun ability because you want to cast it on yourself or an ally. And this means you want to set up a situation where your ally is trying to take damage, because then they are going to pop a auto 15. By the way, that's each enemy within 5 squares. So that is an 11 by 11 area. Alternatively, you could cast it on, yeah, right, exactly. Fury. I'm looking at you. Exactly. The Fury is like, I'm going to relentless attack. Please attack me. Please attack me. Or, like you said, you cast it on your wizard and, sort of make it like a mutually assured destruction type scenario. I like that. I like that this changes the play pattern of the game. I think that's what's so cool about stuff like this. I like Beacon of Grace. I really like Penance. Sanctuary is okay. It's just, and I really like Vessel of Retribution. So it'd be really tough for me to choose between Penance and Vessel of Retribution. Both very, very attractive. All right, at 6th level, we are a burgeoning saint. We get edge on presence tests. If we just straight up deal damage to an enemy, we can spend a recovery. You have corruption immunity 10 or holy immunity 10, your choice. Nice. And we also look awesome. How do you GM this? The enemies know and avoid to attack, or they don't know? I play it as they know. I play it as they know. I don't. In games like this, I embrace the fact that we are playing we're playing a tactical miniature skirmish game with the dressings of a role-playing game. And I think the whole oh, nobody knows what's going on. I hate that shit. So I want people to make informed decisions. And in order for people to make informed decisions, whether it's me or the enemy or the players, I also think that as the GM, it introduces a lot of soft fudging bias. And I try to avoid you know, smart. I try to avoid soft fudging bias. So. We get another list. Man, they had a lot of domain abilities. So we get one of these, and of course, next level we'll gain the other one. We have Revitalizing Grace and God's Machine. God's Machine. This is from our creation. 9 piety. You conjure. You conjure a whirling tank made of blades and metal. Well, we conjure a rolling machine. I mean, we are not. If there was ever any point that this game is not this game, this is it. The machine has 50 stamina. It's immune to poison and psychic. It disappears at the end of the encounter. When it first appears, make a power roll and roll over enemies. On each turn, you can use a free maneuver to just keep crushing people with your God's machine. All right, I'm not choosing this because I think this is stupid. I remember when Gandalf did that. You know, when Treebeard said that Saruman had a mind of metal and wheels, I think we know what he meant. All right. So I'm going to be taking Revitalizing Grace. I guess I'm going to get the other one eventually. Anyways, I don't have a choice. All right. With a gesture, you restore your health and that of your allies. This is a 4 burst centered on us, self, and each ally in the area. Each target can spend any number of recoveries. Additionally, each target can also end any effect on them, or they can stand up prone. Now, that is what I'm talking about. This is a entire party, basically. We're all at full, and we all stand up. My God has blessed me with a day. Real Nutrimentor says, I'm only taking powers like this. You know, I don't know that Gandalf is Gandalf more of a Daggerheart fan. Fear, hope. Yeah, it feels more like his vibe. At 7th level, now we get D3 plus 1. So Tundalus, that math is even more confusing now. And we get our 7th level domain feature. Oh, I guess we don't get the one that we got for 6. So we have Divine Quartermaster and Font of Grace. So Divine Quartermaster. Each time you finish a respite, you can choose a treasure with a project goal equal to 50 times your level or less. You gain a divine version of this treasure that lasts until you finish another respite or it is consumed. I like that they are interfacing, you know, with I like that they're interfacing with the project system. You know, where's the fishing system? Huh? Where's the divine fishing? And then we also get Font of Grace, or we have to choose between the two of these. Each time, I mean, to be clear, being a high-level cleric of a crafting god or crafting domain god, and basically every time you take a long rest, being able to create a divine treasure, basically, that you can customize, I think that's pretty cool. Each time you use your Healing Grace ability, gain 1 piety that can be spent only on that ability during the same turn. So basically, they spot us a point of piety every time we use our Healing Grace ability. Additionally, we can now use Minor Miracle to return a creature to life, even if we don't have their remains. Right, we're level 6 or 7, 350 project points. I don't know the math or the equation, but it doesn't feel like it's nothing, you know? And again, like it even says, it could be a consumable. So at least we can spot ourselves a free consumable. The Blue Wizards are out there somewhere playing Ryutama. Absolutely, Tundalus. That's why they were never seen again. At 8th level, we get the other domain feature that we didn't pick, and we get our 11 piety abilities. Oh, wait. Okay. Tundalus, I have no idea. An airship is 3,000. So there we go. We can build like, 1/9 of an airship. What that equates to, I don't know. But there you go. 1/9 of an airship. Okay. So at a level 11, we could take a rise. Range 10, one ourself or one ally. That target can spend any number of recoveries, can end any number of effects on them, and can stand up. So this is literally a complete heal. They could be prone. They could be on fire. They could be frightened. They could be cursed. They could be dying. And when we're done casting this, they will be at full hit points, standing up with nothing on them. No debuffs on them. Additionally, until the end of the encounter, or if they start dying again, we spot them 3 surges, which remember you can cash in for additional damage and additional effects. So this is literally a full heal, plus buffs, plus bonuses, full back in the game. Seems pretty sweet. Blessing of Steel. I'm not going to choose this one just because it is until the end of the encounter, any ability roll made against a target, it's an aura around us, takes a bane and the target gains damage immunity 5. And I just fundamentally am opposed to having immunity have a number. But real talk, basically an aura that gives everybody who basically attacks us banes against me and my entire ally, and we get to take off 5 damage from every attack is actually pretty sweet. And it's only a maneuver to set that up, and it lasts until the end of the encounter. It actually is really good. Blessing of the Blade is an aura, but instead, at the end of each of your turns, every target gains 3 surges. It's pretty nice too. Drag the Unworthy. You conjure an angel who moves a foe and heals your allies. It's like damage, slide, and then recover. I'm not taking that one. I'm going to take... Okay. To be clear, that was due to a misprint that they decided to leave in because they thought it was funny. Dinosaur Fort was supposed to be Dinosaur Form, but there was a misspelling, and they just decided to leave it in as sort of a joke / Easter egg. So there is that. I don't know which one I would take here. It's tempting to take the maneuvers because they are really good. I mean, I guess it depends on what, at this point, it's hard to tell. Like if I was having a hard time keeping people up, I'd probably take a rise. But if I wanted more damage ablation, I would take Blessing of Steel. Seems like it would be really good at helping absorb damage. But if we needed more, oomph, you could take Blessing of the Blade. All right, at 9th level, we gain Faith's Sword. Every time we long rest, aka a respite, choose a willing heroic ally who finished the respite with you. That they gain the benefit of our burgeoning saint feature. Additionally, you can now spend piety as a free maneuver to give that hero one of their heroic resource for every 2 piety that you've spent. Pretty cool. Ordained. Your characteristics are treated as 1 higher for purposes of resisting potencies. Additionally, when you have 5 or more victories, you speak with the voice of your deity. You have double edge on presence tests to influenced creatures. And we get our 9th level domain abilities. Radiance of Grace and Divine Dragon. Sounds sweet. From nothing but divine will, you create a powerful ally. We conjure forth a size 4 dragon, speed 6, fly, stability 4, 100 points of stamina, immunity to fire damage. It can use its main action. You can use a main action to command it to breathe fire. It does 5, 9, or 12 fire damage. Additionally, you can use a maneuver to move the dragon or make a melee weapon strike with their claw. The dragon can also make this strike as a free strike, so it's like an air attack of opportunity. Unfortunately, most of the time, when summoning effects, in my experience, when summoning effects are like this in games where it's like balanced and it like uses your actions and it like uses your stats, it's never that good. So sorry, Divine Dragon. I could be wrong, but sorry, Divine Dragon. I mean, it takes our main action. It doesn't even do anything the turn it comes out. And it only lasts for the encounter. Anyways. All right, well, looks like it's going to be Radiance of Grace. Intense light is emitted from your body. 4 allies, range 10. You can target yourself instead of 1 ally. They can spend any... Oh, don't we have this ability like 8 times out of already? I guess we're not taking this ability. Boy, we are really not hurting to heal people by being the life domain, are we? I'm like, didn't we just get this ability? I guess we wouldn't choose it. I guess we wouldn't take... It's like an AoE Arise, basically. It's an AoE Arise. That's crazy. I'm like, isn't that literally the same abilities we just took for 1 person, but now we can do it for 4 people? Holy shit. That's awesome. Can you imagine AoE basically completely raising, healing, recovering, standing up every single person in your party? This would be a moment of intense awesomeness. It's the same cost too. It's 11 piety. All right, at 10th level, we are the Avatar. We can bend all 4 elements. Whenever you use your prayer feature, now, which prayer feature is that? Is it the prayer feature or is it the prayer feature? Because we have 2 prayers. Obviously, they mean the prayer feature, not the prayer ability, I think. You can basically pick 3 prayers at once, and you can change all those prayers and your ward as a respite activities. You can also use a maneuver to activate one of your domain effects without needing to pray. Nice. So we can now trigger those without praying. Additionally, every time we take a rest, we can chill with our god and ask our homie 3 questions. Also, remember, we no longer gain XP, so we gain divine power. Whenever you roll for piety at the start of your turn, you gain an additional point of piety. So if we do pray, we get an extra point, which is how we're going to pay for all these crazy abilities. We gain a perk. And of course, we're level 10. We're talking to our god on a nearly daily basis. It's really important that we also gain 1 final skill. All right. Well, I mean, oh, sorry. Additionally, you can spend divine power as if it were piety to use any Conduit abilities you don't have. Oh. So now we can use every ability in the book. Kill yourself. That's what that's called. Holy shit. Am I reading that right? We can use any Conduit ability that even if we don't have it. But if it doesn't cost any piety, we at least have to spend 1 DP, divine power. I mean, again, it's the end of the game, but at that point, like, talk about cognitive overload. I hope you memorized every single one of these abilities. Right. We design these abilities. You know, this is like the GM equivalent of railroading, right? You're like, the designers were like, look, we wrote all these abilities, and we understand that as a cleric or as a conduit, you only get 2 domains. You're not going to be able to take, 80, 90% of these abilities, but by God, you are going to get a chance to use them. Well, this is awesome. I mean, it really reminds me a lot of the 4th edition cleric. And I mean, I don't know how else to put this, but it's like, healing is boring. And if you're going to make a class that is based around healing and buffing, you got to go big or go home. And there can be no doubt that even right off the rip with healing recovery, that you're good at what you do. You're like, look, again, I'm taking a knee. You know what I mean? I'm willing to be the person who keeps us up and keeps us healed. And there's people like me. I enjoy a certain level of support. But the fact of the matter is, if you make a decision to do this and then what that thing is boring and ineffective, it's like the worst feeling in the world. So, I think that this seems really good. And it really works well because of the game's focus on recoveries. But I love that they threw in at least a good number of temporary stamina abilities in there, because those kind of or triggered effects that allow your allies to heal without using recovery, because that's where you can kind of gain that recovery efficiency advantage. And I think that's really, really cool. and really, really powerful. So, yeah, I'm a big fan. Right. That's well said. If any class is the best at something, it should be the healer, because it's like, come on, you're already, giving that up. And absolutely, James, again, I played a lot of 4th edition D&D. 4th edition D&D, number 1, leaders, warlords, clerics, bards, frequently had a thing that would say something like, do damage to an enemy and grant one of your allies a free save to recover from a save ends ability. And just like in this game, save ends abilities in 4th edition D&D was a D20 roll. It was a flat check, DC 10. So 55% chance of recovering. But what that meant is that 45% of the time, it didn't even remove the condition. Right? So that felt really, really bad. But outside of that, a lot of the most powerful and effective and brutal abilities in 4th edition were not save ends, okay? They were last until EONT, end of next turn. And ironically, even like level 28, 29 power abilities didn't do anything to stop an EONT. In fact, kind of a side tangent here, but in 4th edition D&D, creatures like elites and solos would gain a +2 or a +5 bonus to that flat check to end a save. So that meant that a solo creature only needed to roll a 5 or higher to end a save. What this meant is that if you were, say, a caster that was going to put a debuff on the solo, and then the solo was going to go next in the initiative order, it was more effective to use a weaker power that would last until the end of next turn, because then you would guarantee that that solo creature would be affected by that debuff for the entire round of combat, because there was no way to get rid of it because it only lasted a round. Meanwhile, combats only last, 3-4 rounds. Meanwhile, if you put the stronger, more powerful ability, which was usually tied to like dailies, on the target, like a solo or an elite, they might literally take their turn and get rid of the effect. And nobody in your party would even benefit from the debuff that you put on them, which was technically from a more powerful ability. So it was really, again, I like 4th edition D&D, but everything about the way that these abilities interact with end of next turn and save ends are better. They're better because it just straight up ends it. All right. This line right here can end any effects. This is our AoE arise ability, but they can end any effects on them that are ended by a saving throw or that end at the end of their turn. So this deals with all of those problems in a 1-2 punch. 1, it gets rid of both. 2, there's no fucking roll. It just works. So yeah. So this is a good thing, because, in a game where you don't even miss when you attack, the fact that like the healer who is giving up their turn to help their allies and then you don't even help them is like the worst thing I could ever possibly imagine. Not to go off on a side rant, but like in PF2 or in 5th edition D&D, but definitely in Pathfinder 2. Pathfinder 2 is like really guilty of this. A cleric might take one of their very few spell slots, and they take it to say, take something like remove poison or cure disease. And then somebody happens to, during that session, get a disease. And so the cleric spends their spell slot to cure the disease. And Pathfinder 2 makes them make a fucking roll. And if they roll low, you don't even cure the disease. So it's like you did nothing. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's like, no, you took remove poison. You could have taken anything else. You choose remove poison. Oh my God, somebody got poisoned. Just let them cure the fucking poison. I don't even. I don't even know how it works in 5th edition because I don't even fucking know 5th edition. So I'm going to look it up. I'm assuming it's just still called like neutralize poison or remove poison or something. All right. Mordenkainen's sword. Help me out, 5th edition players. What's the remove, like cure poison or something? Is it called cure poison? Slow poison? Neutralize poison? I thought it was called neutralize that poison. Protection from poison. That's an interesting name. Does that actually cure it? Oh, okay, fine. We'll go with lesser restoration. 1 action, right? Cleric puts the spell into their, into their prepared spell list. They use one of their spell slots. Touch a creature and end 1 disease or condition. The condition can be blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned. Chef's kiss. Because not only does it just fucking work, but also it's versatile. You shouldn't have to make the cleric guess. Can you imagine being the cleric who took remove paralysis? This is in 3rd edition D&D. There was a spell called remove paralysis. There was a spell called remove blindness, deafness. To be clear, they did give you 2 things for 1 there. They got remove blindness, deafness. But you had remove paralysis, remove blindness, deafness, neutralize poison, cure disease. Can you imagine if you took, I don't know, neutralize poison and remove paralysis, but oh shit, the person ended up getting blinded and deafened. It's like, and you're like, well, sorry guys, I took the 2 wrong conditions. I had no idea. Now, it is true, real Neutromancer, that Pathfinder 2nd edition, I'm going to go out on a limb and say they listened to me, because if you go back years ago to my all spells ranked rant, I talked about the problems with that. And you are quite correct that in Remaster, they combine them into kind of 2 different abilities, 2 spells instead of 4 to 5, right? There's kind of like one that's for physical and one that's for mental. But it is still a counteract check, real Neutromancer. It is still a counteract check. So you can still roll badly and not actually cure the thing. So, anyways. That's also true. That's what scrolls are for. But also remember that D&D and Pathfinder are built out of a system where scrolls were never something that you got out of a vending machine at every, corner drugstore in Waterdeep or Absalom, right? Scrolls used to literally be as much of a magical item as anything else in the game. It wasn't until 3rd edition that scrolls became, something that adventurers wipe their asses holes with and just throw away. And, you see people's character sheets and they literally have like a Heward's Handy Haversack or God help us. What is it called in Pathfinder 2 now? Like spacious pouch. That and has like 400 scrolls in it or something crazy, Anyways, there's a lot of ranting. Awesome, Sketchosaurus. You have to check us out. All right, so Conduit. Love it. And I didn't even read half the abilities because that wasn't my pretend cleric. And again, I'm not necessarily going to go over every single thing here. It feels like you're mostly a caster, but it feels like if you take the right domains and you take the right prayer, particularly this prayer of soldier skill, that you can at least be a little bit more melee-ish focused. Now, I don't know the game well enough to know how easy/good it is to quote of make a melee conduit. I don't know if that's really a possibility, but it seems like there's something there as well. Plus, yeah. Again, it doesn't look like you can get heavy. Does like the war give you heavy? Like, does the war domain like let you get like heavy? or like medium armor or something. Maybe not. Anyways, because you can't multi-class in this game. It seems like an 8. I'm gonna give it an A. I mean, this is another A to me. Again, for by the way, for people who are not tracking at home, I gave the Fury an A. I gave the Elementalist an A, and I'm giving the Conduit an A. I think this class seems awesome, and I would be super excited. Good to know. Okay, you know what? I like that. I actually like that. I actually like that a lot. I know that like it's part of like the D&D shtick, right? That from like classic D&D, that clerics got heavy armor, and I appreciate that. But I think we sort of evolved and changed in that respect, and I don't actually like the idea of the cleric anymore. I prefer the idea of a priest or a white mage more than I prefer the idea of the sort of Templar knight cleric aesthetic that we kind of normally get. All right, so that's our third A. Now, next up, the Censor. Hey! props for that.
The underscore ERB tip $25. There are 4 lights, or however many you need.
Well, the ERB, I need 2, because I need a main, a key, and I need a fill. So I need a main and I need a fill. So I need 2 lights. So I appreciate you. Thank you so much. But there's never, the truth of the matter is there's never enough lights because they're also having a sale. Hold on a sec here. Amaran T2C. They're also doing a sale on the Amaran T2C and the T4C series. So not only is it reduced in price from $199 to $169, but you also get for free a 45-degree grid, okay? And you get a NATO rail clamp adapter. And the grid alone is like a $30, $45 value. So, you're almost getting like $250 worth of light here for $170. And this is going on, I think, all through December. But the way that they work when they do these sales is they only set a certain amount of inventory. And once that inventory is sold out, the sale is gone. It's not like you can't infinitely get it. So I'm hopefully going to try to get this ASAP. But these are really, really cool lights. They're RGB WW. They're RGB WW lights. So basically, they be any color plus anything from tungsten to daylight. And very powerful for their size, their structure, and they're just really cool for using fun accents, whether for me here in the studio or like out in our set, or they're very easy to transport and take. I've had like one tube light before. I used it for a long time and it broke, but it was a cheap brand knockoff. So these have been on my list for a long time. So the answer is, how many of these do I want? Yeah, if I could get 4, I would get 4. But I think they sell a 2-pack of them as well. Anyways, sorry, that was a whole rant. So here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna take a quick break. I'm going to use the restroom. I'm gonna get another soda, and we'll be right back with the Censor. All right, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. I know it's been 2.5 hours. It'll probably take us another hour and a half or something like that. So strap in. If you guys want to stick around for a while after we're done, we can talk about mega games. Would Draw Steel be a good mega game? I don't know. Only time will tell. Hold on a sec. Pull. Where's my pulls? Pull. Here we go. Alrighty. We're back. All right. Looks like there's definitely some disagreement. I will say the challenge, one of the big challenges that we have with a mega game is making the hey, Meba Man, just saw more draw steel. This is half the amount of the summoner. I have heard, even I, who am not necessarily plugged into the draw steel universe, have heard that the summoner class is apparently ridiculously complex. So, Meba Man, I appreciate it. Look at that. We are almost at our super chat goal of supporting more draw steel because we do have some more classes to go, and these are fun. You know, you could say whatever you want about the quality of the books and the formatting and whatever, but the mechanics, and again, the mechanics aren't everybody's cup of tea, but if they are, this is a fantastic game. There's no doubt about it. I will say this. One of the challenges that we have with mega games is almost necessarily the games are essentially all a series of one-shots, right? You get a group together, an ad hoc group, right? Because you're playing with 20, 30 people. You know, it's like if you've ever done pickup dungeons in World of Warcraft, right? You don't join the dungeon queue or whatever the dungeon finder, or back in the day, you just have a bunch of people. They're random strangers. Maybe you've maybe you've played with them before, but maybe you haven't. And you go and you do the dungeon. And then when the dungeon's done, everybody goes their separate ways. So every session, say 3 to 5 hours, is kind of a one and done situation. It's very challenging to have character-based consequences persist from session to session. So that means that as your character is, using up heroic resources over the course of, say, a session, the natural tendency would be to say, oh, you get a respite at the end of the session. And that could potentially throw off some of this game's, I don't want to say balance, but I'll say, the way it pushes it. And there might be other challenges to that, like you could change the number of starting recoveries that people have, or, there's a lot of different options that you could have to that. But that could potentially be a challenge for this game. Certainly, it is nothing I would consider until a fully released, fully realized VTT is released. But if when we're finished with the Censor, if you guys want to, I like that idea, Jackal. Actually, a lot. But some people say, well, that discourages people from playing multiple times per week. And, there's a whole thing about it. Anyways, like I said, after the session's done, or after we get through the Censor, we might hang around and we could talk about mega games if we want. But anyways, I thought that would be really cool. Also, my experience with the games is that combats can take a little longer. Obviously, you're not hit missing, so that there is nothing. All right, so we've got our Censor. So we had our sort of Conduit, who is literally channeling the energy of the gods, eventually hanging out with them, shooting the shit with them. Definitely shades of the leader and controller roles from 4th edition, which in Divine were the invokers and the cleric. But there's the other side. There's the holy avenger, right? The paladin, the smiting, the avenger from 4th edition. And that, I believe, is what our Censor is. We can even see here this, heavy armor, shield, charging into the midst of battle. So here we have a character with a double stat of might and presence, both starting at 2. And their potencies are tied to presence. Good starting stamina, a lot of recoveries, right? So clearly a up front beater and tank. Here is our list of abilities. Now, it doesn't seem as complicated as the Conduit, but we are going to pick up some abilities from our order. we are going to pick up, of course, our core heroic abilities, including our signature. But it looks like we only get one signature ability, but maybe we get the other one from something else. We'll choose deities and domains. We get a wrath, a judgment, and of course, being a melee type character, we get kits, access to kits. And we get my life for yours. And it looks like we get a domain feature as well. The other one is from the kit. Thank you, Wes. All right. So, censors are the will of our God made manifest, and we act as their agent in the world. So, we have to choose one of the following subclasses, basically. Exorcist, Oracle, Paragon. By default, this sets a different skill. But this is our subclass, and that will determine many of the features that we'll gain as we gain new levels. I'm curious. Now, I'm not a 5th edition aficionado the way that many of you are. So the idea and concept of a subclass in the 5th edition mindset of a subclass is kind of unfamiliar to me. 3rd edition, you pick, if subclasses were your domains, you pick those at level 1. The other classes didn't really have subclasses. And then in 4th edition, you picked your subclass. You picked your subclass on at level 1. So I'm just curious, from a 5e perspective.
Aeropressor tip $10. Please put this towards more Draw Steel. Last month, Draw Steel became the first non-5e TTRPG I've ever ran. My players and I all had a blast. I plan on playing it for a long time.
Hey, that's awesome. It's fantastic.
Cryptic Killjoy tipped $5. So here is my controversial question. Which does the super tactile crunchy 4e combat TTRPG better? Lancer, even with its mech coding, Beacon or Draw Steel? Also thank you for an amazing year of TTRPG streams and Merry Christmas.
Well, thank you so much for that. So we got a bunch of stuff here. For starters, Bean Boy, thank you for the super chat. Bidding on an S tier for Censor. I did update my super chat goal there, Aeropressor. It'll take maybe a couple minutes for that to update there on the screen, but it is locked in. So we have achieved that super chat goal. Thank you. All right, so you're betting now. Remember, Bean Boy, S tier means Derek thinks it's too good. Okay. So that means that I think it's too good. Not that it's powerful. All right, so I'm going to reset this here. All right. So from a 5e point of view, do you prefer your subclass? Meaning again, like not necessarily in 5th edition. I just mean in general. Like, do you prefer locking in, say, Exorcist, Oracle, or Paragon at level 1, or is it something that you kind of want to, kind of evolve into? So, so thank you, Aeropressor. I did. That's awesome. That is what, got you to explore the other world. Remember, I don't think there's anything wrong with 5th edition D&D. I know a lot of people do, but I actually don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think it's a fantastic game, and I think a lot of people have a lot of fun playing it. But I obviously love other RPGs, and I'm glad that this one got you to sort of explore the wide world of role-playing games, which is fantastic. Cryptic Killjoy, also, thank you so much. What does Super Tactile Crunchy, who does it better? Lancer, even with its mech coding, Beacon and Lancer are almost synonymous, Cryptic Killjoy, or Draw Steel. That's a great question. I am going to say Beacon. The number of decision points that you're making, I think the random element of Beacon, right, because you're still making attack rolls in Beacon, is good from a competitive, crunchy, tactical perspective. And because the game isn't reliant on sort of these like tension curves, right? Like there's elements of Draw Steel that are still trying to like make the game fun. I don't know that Beacon or Lancer are trying to make the game fun. I think they're just trying to make the game tough and interesting. So I'm actually going to say, and then between Beacon and Lancer, I think the phase system of Beacon is very tactical and has a lot of play to it. And so I really liked that over what was in Lancer. So. Now that's something I've always thought, right? That if you pick the subclass later, it's like you were never that thing until you later. But see, the problem with that is a lot of the people who answered one have no problem, being a warlock or whatever, and then suddenly you pick up a level of sorcerer, or you pick up a level, or you're a paladin and you pick up a level of sorcerer, and like it just comes out of nowhere, right? It's just because of it's your build, So it's kind of interesting about that. Already bought Mythic Bastionland, a great game, and Slug Blaster, also a great game. 5e is dead in my house. Well, other games do have positioning and force movement. I haven't played enough Draw Steel to know how valuable the positioning and force movement stuff really is. Because I can say this, I played a lot of 4th edition D&D, and you could push and pull and slide people a lot, but sometimes it just didn't actually matter that much. Now, I know that Draw Steel has knocking them through walls and stuff like that and all that other stuff. But I'm saying I hate to say it, that is actually the thing that I like the least about Draw Steel. I know. It's terrible. The emphasis, if you will, on uppercutting people through ceilings or smashing them into the ground or knocking them through walls, I think it's silly. These characters are already over the top. I don't need it to literally look like a Superman cartoon or look like the end of Zack Snyder's Superman. That's too much for me. So I mean, again, you guys all very much clearly like it. I'm going to be completely honest and say I absolutely hate that. So that is actually something I hate. For sure. I don't know why that makes it cinematic. I would agree it makes it like a superhero movie, right? Or a superhero comic or a superhero cartoon. Maybe it's very anime coded. I could see it being very anime coded as well. So I'm here with usually here Osuli, where I say I hate it, but most people love that. And I completely agree with that. This is not me trying to yuck anyone's yum. I understand I'm I'm wrong here, but I don't like it. Sure. Yes. I agree. Sin Mad. I will completely agree with that. I didn't really see John Wick, but I saw all the Marvel movies, and yeah. Big points. They hit the mark. All right. Let's do this. I don't know why that thing didn't update yet. Should have. It will. All right. So same as before, we choose a god or a saint. A god or a saint to worship, and then we pick one domain instead of 2 domains. Okay, cool. That's a nice little distinction. Wrath, that is our heroic resource. Approve the name. At the start of combat encounter or anything else tracked in rounds, you gain Wrath. At the start of each turn, you gain 2, so static instead of variable, T3. Additionally, the first time each combat round that a creature who is judged by you deals damage to you, you gain 1 Wrath. So, in other words, we want the creature who we are judging to hit us. And it is to the creatures who is judged by us' disadvantage to hit us. So it disincentivizes a creature from hitting us. Just to be clear. We'll get into what it is later. But the first time each combat round that you deal damage to a creature judged by you, you gain 1 Wrath. So we are incentivized to attack our judged creature. and our judged creature is disincentivized to attack us. Now, I don't know if that's what they intended, but that is what they are creating. So just so we're clear. And of course, obviously, Wrath is for combat, and you can use it outside of combat. By the way, I don't know. Again, we'll get into it. But it's we'll see what happens here. You pick out the enemy judgment. All right, so here we go. So by the way, this is you pick out the enemies most worthy of your wrath and place a divine judgment upon them. This is very Paladin 4th edition coded here. Maneuver, range 10. The target is judged by you until the end of the encounter, until you use this ability again. So we can only have one judge at the target. You can willingly end this. Or if we judge somebody else. Whenever a creature judged by you uses a main action and is within your line of effect, you can use a free triggered action to deal holy damage. Wow, they really just copied. They just really copied Divine Challenge. Like, that's crazy. I mean, respect. I mean, 4th edition was so good. I mean, this is just straight up copying 4th edition. However, nice little, there's always Draw Steel takes what was really good about 4th edition. And then usually either, if some of the things were a little bit proud nails, they kind of deal with them, or they add some nice quality of life features. Like, for example, when a creature judged by you is reduced to 0 stamina, in other words, you kill it, you can use a free triggered action to use this ability against a new target. So a classic example of this is it's just a weird disincentivize, where I judge in 4th edition, I might use my divine judgment or my divine challenge on a creature. And then if my ally kills that creature, I'm kind of like, oh, come on, man. That was the creature I had locked down. You should have left that creature till the end, because now I got to spend an action again to re-challenge another creature. So this is one of those, it created a weird play pattern where you don't want to you don't want to feel bad because your ally killed the target that you were judging. And so this is nice because now if, my elementalist buddy or whatever comes in and blows up the creature that I'm judging, I just get to judge somebody else for free. And that's those are the very small, subtle things that make this game, I think, better than 4th edition D&D. Additionally, we can spend one of our heroic resources, Wrath, to take one of the following free triggered actions. When an adjacent creature judged by you starts to shift, you can make a melee free strike against them, and their speed becomes 0 until the end of the turn, preventing them from shifting. So that's straight up. That is straight up the Fighter's Combat Challenge ability from 4th edition D&D. Straight up. Almost exactly to the point. When a creature judged by you within 10 squares makes a power roll, you cause them to take a bane on the roll. Okay? When a creature judged by you uses an ability with potency that targets only one creature, that potency is reduced by 1 for that creature. If you damage a creature judged by you with a melee ability, the creature is taunted by you until the end of your next turn. Please remind me what the taunted condition does. Is that the one that gives you double bane if you attack anybody else? In which case, chef's kiss. All right. In that case,
I am strong, strong, strong.
get completely fucked. Nice. Okay, you can only choose one at a time. All right, nice. Okay. Even if multiple get triggered at once. Right. Exactly. It's combining all of it into one. And by the way, it's basically taking the fighter's marking abilities and combining it with the paladin's divine challenge abilities. So, yeah. Right. Attack me and give me a wrath, or take a double bane. Now, I spent a wrath to do that, but yeah, it's still, you are almost always going to be better incentivized to do that. Or they say, fuck you, I'm going to leave melee with you and go attack your buddy. And you go, yeah, no. So, yeah. A+. The first time on a turn that you use your judgment ability to judge a creature, you gain the following benefits based on what you order. If you exorcist, you can teleport closer to the creature. Sweet. So we can mark them at range and then we teleport to them. Oracle, you can deal holy damage equal to twice your damage, which is you just deal the damage. You get it like up front. Paragon, you can vertically pull the judge creature a number of squares. I like that. So the exorcist teleports in, the paragon pulls them in. I could be wrong, Meba Man, but a pull has to bring them closer to you, right? So you couldn't raise them up above you to drop them, could you? I could be wrong, but right, because each square that they move has to be closer to you than the square that they just left in order to fulfill the need of a pull. So I can't like pull them up above me and then drop them. I don't think that works. Sure. If I'm flying, fair. Sure. I mean, yes. Okay. Yeah. If I have some sort of vertical advantage. Sure. I could see that. Right. Where you're exploiting the fact that the mechanics of the way that the dimensionality works, but yes. I also agree. So remember how I don't like people, you remember how I don't like people knocking all the people through things? I hate the vertical pull. And it's not that I hate the vertical pull, it's that I hate the weird situations that it creates. Because I don't think it feels very cinematic, and I don't think it feels very much like something I would see in a movie. And it just doesn't feel appropriate. And I think people are just gaming it, which is fine. It's a very gamey game. And you're trying to win. And I get it. I just don't like it. I just don't like the play pattern that it creates. So anyways, but I like all that. I mean, it's very different feeling. Also, by the way, we've already stolen the fighter stuff. Okay, we already stole the fighter stuff from 4th edition. We stole the paladin stuff from 4th edition. Let's steal the sword mages thing as well. So now we have stolen 3 of the defender's ability. If we get a warden ability in here, we are just going to be 4 for 4, and we can call it a day. Who was the psychic defender? It wasn't the monk. Who was the psychic defender? Wow, I'm drawing a blank. Battle Mind. There you go. Yeah. I'll be honest with you. I don't remember what the Battle Mind did at all. By the time PHB 3 came out, our 4th edition days were coming to an end. We were kind of sick of the splat at that point. I shouldn't say that we were still playing 4th edition, and we basically played it to the very, very end, but we were over all the splat. All right. So we've got a great tanking mark. I'm going to call it a mark, but we have a great tanking mark. And then we also get my life for ire. I mean, my life for yours. Self or one ally. Trigger. The target starts their turn or they take damage. So start or take damage. Spend a recovery and the target regains stamina equal to your recovery value. Nice. Warden Mark was awesome because it was point blank AoE and it was really cool. And it felt very different. Like all of the core, all the defenders felt very unique in what they could do. Obviously the Paladin had their range divine challenge and it was really cool. And obviously the fighter, anything they attacked got marked, but the Warden's at will point blank AoE minor action mark everyone around them was nice. So basically every turn or whenever they take damage, they can spend a recovery and they get to use our recovery value instead of their own. That's awesome. If we spend one of our resources, Wrath, we can also end an effect on them, or they can stand up. That's hot. That's fantastic. And again, it's Oh, you do spend your recovery. You spend a recovery. Got it. Of course you spend a recovery. Because it's exactly 4th edition. Lay on Hands in 4th edition was the paladin spent a one of their healing surges, and you healed an amount equal to their healing surge. So again, this is literally Lay on Hands. But again, this is a classic example of draw steal. This is literally Lay on Hands from 4th edition D&D, except it's a free action, not a minor. It's a triggered action, not a minor action. You can even do it as at the start of your turn or whenever they take damage. It's ranged 10. Oh, and you can upgrade it to also clear a condition or make them stand up. Also, randomly, you can also do it to yourself. So it's just like, hey, remember that really cool ability that Paladin's got? What if we made it better and then better, but then also better, but also better? Okay. Depending on what okay, it's the same domain list. Don't tell me they reprinted everything. Oh no. Oh no. They should have, whenever something gets repeated 27 times, they should definitely have a term, like per class, they should have a term for it. They didn't reprint all these domain features, did they? Oh my God. I'm sorry, Amazon Rainforest. Why? Why did they do this to you? Oh, that's not great. All right. All right. So we have all the same divine feat or all the same domain features as before. Fair. That is true. All right. Well, I am going to be I'm going to be like an exorcist or something, or an oracle of like fate or something. That'll be my my censor. So we'll start off with oracular visions. Nice. All right. So we get 2 signature abilities. No, 1 signature ability, and then we get the other one from our kit. We get Back Blasphemer, a short range AoE, very short range AoE, kind of almost like a really short cone. Holy damage push. Okay. Respect. It also has the melee and weapon keywords. Yeah. Shotgun blast. I like that. Shotgun blast. Every step depth. Range 10. Presence. Psychic damage. Each time the target willingly moves before the end of the next turn, they take 1 psychic damage for each square they move. I love this. That's great. These are really fun things where you put the, you're like, hey, the GM's like, you want to move, but if you move, you're going to take extra damage. And so ideally, it's like a win-win for you. If they don't move, then they did what you wanted them to do. And if they do move, well, then they take a bunch of damage. And so it's a win-win either way for you, which is really, really nice. But the cool thing about it is a lot of times in like 4th edition, you would get an ability like this, but it wouldn't do the base damage. And so what ends up happening is the monster doesn't move, or the monster goes, I wasn't going to move anyways. And then it feels like your power did nothing. But in this game, you did 7 damage or 9 damage right off the rip. And then, sure, they didn't move, and that was great, but you still did 9 damage. So, great. That feels like a very powerful signature spell. Or strike, or whatever. Anyways. Halt, miscreant. Oh, nice. And remember, slowed in this game, just like 4th edition, literally. And by the way, I love that they didn't try to reinvent too many of the wheels. There's some things that they changed. It's a little annoying, but like slowed makes your speed 2. And its save ends. Brutal. Your allies cannot save you. A little chunky health of holy damage. Each enemy adjacent to the target is pushed away from the target up to a number of squares equal to your presence score. Now, again, how useful that is, I don't know. If you're pushing people, if you're pushing everybody through walls all the time, I guess this is pretty cool. All right, so those are our signature abilities, and remember, we also get kits. So, you know, our whatever our what are we called? Censor. You know, we might be wielding. You know, we might have the mountain kit or the dual wielder kit or the shining armor kit. In which case, we would also gain the protective attack ability, which lets us automatically taunt a foe, which, you know, seems pretty good for our situation. And it uses might, and our character starts with a +2 might and a +2 presence, so this works really well for us. We also pick up a nice little bonus stamina and some bonus damage to our melee when we are the shining armor. Okay, back to the Censor. All right, so those are our signature abilities. We also get our 1 tier 3 wrath ability, heroic ability. Behold, a shield of faith. Melee, main action, decent holy damage until the start of your next turn. Okay, so our entire round. Enemies take a bane on ability rolls made against you or any ally adjacent to you. Sick. Does anything happen in this game if you get if you have 3 banes? Is that even a thing that can happen? Does that just mean that even if you got an edge that you're still at 2 banes? Is that how that works? Yeah. Our character would start with like 35 stamina or something crazy if we're wearing the shining armor. Okay. So yeah. So like taunting an enemy and then beholding a shield of faith is no joke. I mean, like, but yeah, okay, fair enough. But it's still, I mean, it means that there's no way out. I mean, there's basically no way out for them at that point. They're going to get the potency downgrade, or the tier, I should say, the tier downgrade. Oh, Luke, I mean, let's be clear here. Let's be very clear here about, you know, what this game to me is very much you know, this is your character. You know, this is who your character is. And when you're doing something like this, you know, when you're doing that, hey, look, you're like, hey, look, I'm about to do a blast 5 AoE radius against minions. Right. So that's why I said this is not fantasy. This is super heroic over the top to the nth degree, you know? All right. I like Behold a Shield of Faith a lot. Driving Assault, though, lets us target a creature and push them. And then we can shift to keep pushing, to keep going with them. Pretty powerful for repositioning and driving an enemy back, especially if there's an advantage to us getting up close and personal with a bunch of enemies, which we know we want to do. And we can push enemies away from one of our targets. The gods punish and defend a lot of damage, and we get to spend a recovery. And we allow ourselves or another ally to regain stamina equal to our recovery value. So basically a ton of damage, and we heal ourselves, or we could do a ton of damage and heal somebody else, which is, again, very powerful, very flexible. Repent dazes them and does okay damage, but it is range. Well, I mean, you know, this is the other thing, too, about a game like this. Well, I spend the recovery. But yeah, my ally gets to heal using not only my recovery, but my recovery value. Remember, if I'm wearing the shining armor, okay, like an elementalist, I think has like 19 or 18 stamina. So their recovery value is 6. If I'm wearing that shining armor or whatever, my stamina is like 30. Let's just say it's 33. So my recovery value is 11. So not only am I using one of my recoveries, but when I heal my elementalist ally, instead of them healing 6, they're healing 11. Their max hit points is 19. That's like a 60% heal. It's pretty crazy. It is heroic, and it is very gamey. I don't know, whether it feels sterile or not, I think just comes down to your, particular tastes and what you want out of a game. Hey, we covered Valor. We covered that game. All right. So our 5 wrath abilities, the quote being, "I got you, you son of a bitch." Arrest. We do damage and grab them. And if the target makes a strike against a creature while grabbed this way, you can spend 3 wrath to deal holy damage to them equal to your presence score, then change the target of the strike to another target within the strike's distance. Wow. So basically, not only does it make them difficult to move, but if they do try to make an attack against somebody else, we can change it to a different target. Can we change it to like one of their allies? It feels like we could. It doesn't say it has to be like me. Sick. Nice. Behold the face of justice. All right. Melee or ranged. Interesting. Short range, though. Modest holy damage. A lot of holy damage coming out of this cast. If the target fails their potency, each enemy within 2 squares of them is frightened of you, but not the enemy that you targeted. Very weird. Each enemy frightened this way is also pushed up to 2 squares away from the target and takes psychic damage equal to your presence score. I mean, it's a modest damage, AoE, debuff, push, crowd control. So, yeah, I mean, I'll take it. Censored. Shitty damage. When a target who is not a leader or soul is made winded. Oh, sick. It's an execute. Now that's sweet. Obviously, can't use it against, a mega creature. But if you precisely. Now, okay. I would change this. Okay. I would say something along the lines of, if after this ability resolves, if a creature is winded, they die. Because as written, this only works if this attack makes them winded, which is 50%, which is bloodied. James says this may have been changed in errata, in which case, well done. It's 2025. What GMs don't tell their enemy? It's 2025. What GMs don't have their players track their monsters' hit points for them? I thought we were all doing that. I thought everybody knew that was way better to do. I assumed that was a. I'll tell you this: my players don't know the hit points of my monsters when I don't know and can't see, and I'm not allowed to see their hit points. That's the way that's my perspective as a game master. Purifying Fire. It's another 1/5 ability, and they gain weakness to fire. While the target has fire weakness from this ability, you can choose to have your abilities now deal fire damage instead of holy damage. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Also nice, again, if you're working with, say, an elementalist who has, who is one of those mega fire builds. So this is something I want to bring up. One of the reasons I like games like this, and I think the wrong people play them, is because in my personal opinion, games like this are anti-build. I don't like builds. And the reason why I say it's anti-build is because if you build your character in a vacuum without considering your other players who are in your group, you are just doing a massive disservice to yourself and to the team and to the game. But also, as you play through the game, you are going to determine, you're going to see, hey, you know what? We're taking more damage than we thought we were going to be taking. The Conduit's having a hard time keeping us up. I am going to end up taking different abilities based off of the type and style of combats that we're having. I wasn't planning on taking this, 7 Wrath ability that can heal us, but we need some more healing in our group. And, I'm going to pick up this ability that I wasn't intending to pick up because of the changing circumstances of our game. And I think that's awesome. I think that's really, really cool. Yeah, anti-build pro meta. I mean, yeah, I kind of actually agree with that. I don't know, but I will say this. I am against retraining rules, generally. Or at the very least, I think they should be extremely rare / maybe I don't know, every new tier or something, you get to retrain or something. All right. We pick up some additional features depending if we're an Exorcist, Oracle, or Paragon. So I think we said I was going to be an Exorcist. So we'll take a look at what I get. I get Saints, Vigilance, and a Sense for Truth. Not really. I didn't actually like them. I mean, they were kind of necessary, Speedy, because you got new encounter powers of higher level and you kind of had to take them to replace your lower level ones. But yeah. That was kind of unfortunately part of the nature of the game. You have honed your ability to detect sin and use it to find creatures who hide from justice. Any creature judged by you can't hide. Use the hide maneuver. Additionally, you gain an edge whenever you're searching for hidden creatures. And if you do find a creature who is hidden, you can use your judgment against them immediately. We also have a Sense for Truth. If a creature is lower level than us, we automatically know if they are lying. Sick. We also gain an edge on tests to detect lies or their hidden motives. Cool. Very straight to the point. Awesome. We're an Exorcist, so we're also going to pick up It Is Justice You Fear. It's a range 10. Nice, because a lot of our abilities have been melee or 5, so picking up a 10 ability is nice. Very nice damage. 8, 12, 15 plus might, and it's a frighten. Save ends. If the target is already frightened of you, which we know that there's a lot of ways to do that, or another creature, and this ability would frighten them again, they instead take double our presence in psychic damage. So it's kind of like, if they're already frightened, great, because now we just do a shit ton of damage. If our presence is 2 or 3, we're doing 15 plus our strength plus, or might, whatever, plus our presence twice. So it's 20, 20 damage or something crazy. Tundla says, this guy looks like he wants to serve me an IPA. And you know what? If it was a nice, hazy, juicy IPA, I would take it gladly. You know what? Maybe I won't talk about mega games after this is over. Maybe I'll go get a beer. No. I'm trying to lose weight. See, my excuse during the summer was oh, I have all these cons and I'm going to cons. I'm going to all these cons. I don't have time to go to the gym. No, I don't have those excuses. Revelator, mount up. Each enemy bursts 3. They take holy damage equal to twice our presence, and we uncover all hiddens. Wow, we really don't like people that hide. All right, respect. All right. Well, remember, we're an Exorcist, so we'll look at that. Third level, look on my work and despair. Very Ozymandias of us. Your judgment has grown in power, instilling fear in those you condemn. Whenever you use your judgment ability, you can spend 1 wrath. And if they fail their potency, they are frightened of you. Speaking of. Additionally, whenever a creature judged by you is reduced to 0 stamina and you use your judgment as a free triggered action, if the new target has P strong, they are frightened of you, save ends. And if the target is already frightened of you, they instead take holy damage equal to your twice your presence score. Why? This is like one of those things where I get it because this one's free and that one costs money, average, but it's like, I like this idea. Like, here's the thing. Mechanically, I like this, right? It's telling a story. We just killed a creature judged by us. So now when we use our free triggered action to judge a new creature, they are more likely to be frightened of us because we just showed what happens to people who fuck with us and who get judged by us. So I love it. Like, mechanically, it's really good at telling a story. But also, it's just one of those things where it's just another super fiddly bit where it's like, sometimes it's average, sometimes it's strong, and again, it makes sense. Like, the mechanic is telling a story, which I love, right? That's a very Vorthos-y thing that I love, but it is a little confusing. It is a Young Guns reference, but specifically, it is a reference to the song Regulators by Warren G, in which they quote Young Guns. All right. Here's our 7 wrath abilities. We get the Edict of Disruptive Isolation. Maneuver, Aura 2, until the end of the encounter, or if we start dying. Each target takes holy damage equal to our presence score at the end of every one of our turns. They take an extra 2d6 holy damage, which is a lot, if they are judged by you or if they are adjacent to any enemy. That's cool. So, don't stand next to my people or I will come and detonate you with a lot of holy fire. Very cool. Edict of Perfect Order. I like how all of these are neat. I like that all the 7 wrath options are 2 auras. So edict, and they're all edicts. Until the end of the encounter, whenever a target uses an ability that costs malice, they take holy damage equal 3 times your presence score, plus an extra 2d6 if they're already judged. Purifying Pacifism. Until the end of the encounter, whenever a target makes a strike, straight up, they take twice presence damage, and they take an extra towel. Wow. That's... It's not even like, oh, when they attack our allies. It's if they attack anyone. That one seems hard to pass up. Edict of Stillness. Whenever a target moves or is force moved out of an area, damn, they take holy damage equal to twice. And if they're judged, or if a target judged by you who moves willingly, they take the extra 2d6. Damn. I guess that was probably too powerful and they had to nerf it. But again, it's one of those weird things where it's like, hey, if they move or if they're force moved, they take twice presence. And of course, they take the extra 2d6 kicker if they're judged. Oh, wait, but they don't take the extra 2d6 kicker if they were judged, if they were forced moved. They just take the normal 2. Again, it's very fiddly. I know why they did it. It makes sense because it's too powerful, but it's a little annoying and difficult to track. Also, a 2 aura is no joke. I mean, that's a 5x5 square on the battlefield. Like, these are all really good. I like Purifying Pacifism myself. But all of these are good. I like all of them. All right. 4th level. A Wrath Beyond Wrath. We now get 2 Wrath instead of 1 Wrath when we deal damage to a creature that is judged by us. Again, we judge a creature. I want to smash them. Why do I want to smash them? So I can gain more Wrath. Makes sense. Love it. Mechanically reinforcing the fiction. A+. We get better domain features, just like we did with our Conduit. Our character, we said, was Fate. So they get oracular warning. Each time you finish a respite, you get a vague dreams of the future granted from the gods. These premonitions help you and your allies stay alive, granting each of you temporary stamina equal to 10 plus your level that lasts until you finish the next respite. Hey, everybody, 14. We start the next series of adventures with 14 temp. Seems pretty good. And it doesn't cost us anything, and it's just set up, and that's neat. Also, respect. If you have 5 or more victories, you can fly. Sweet. 5th level, our exorcist gets evil revealed. You automatically see through disguises and illusions of lower level creatures, and we get edge to see through illusions of more powerful creatures. Additionally, if we see through creatures' disguise, we can judge them freely. So now we're penetrating through lies, we're penetrating through hiding, we're penetrating through disguises, we're penetrating through illusions. I like the buildup here. We also get a 9 Wrath ability. I'm noticing that a lot of the Censor's abilities are main actions. There's not a lot of them that have been maneuvers. This is obviously a maneuver, but most of them have been main actions. So I'm wondering what, I guess we're judging with our maneuver, but I don't know that we are, because we get a free triggered action. So I just don't know what we're using our maneuvers for. So you have to be very smart and make sure that you have some maneuver options. Oh shit. Like Total War? Sorry. Oh, wow. That's awesome. That's awesome. This is at that game thing. Wow. That'll be awesome. That'll be sweet. I'll be getting that. I mean, we'll see what they do with it. I mean, Dawn of War is like one of my favorite video games of all times. The first one, to be clear. Dawn of War 2 sucked. All right, so at 5th level, we get a 9 Wrath ability. Gods grant the strength. Target ends any condition, stands up, prone, gains 2 surges, can shift, and can strike. That's pretty cool, but I don't like this for 9 Wrath. See, I don't like this ability. I could be wrong, but I kind of don't like this ability. It's a main action too. Like if it was a maneuver, I'd be paying attention. I don't like that it's a main action though. All right, Orison of Victory. Self and each ally, but it's only a burst 1, so it's basically us and people next to us. We all gain a bunch of surges. A target can end one effect on them that is ended by a saving throw or so it's kind of like we don't get hit points, but we do end conditions and we gain some surges. This doesn't really, now this is a maneuver, so I actually give this a little bit more points than I was going to, but so I like that letter better, but still, that doesn't seem that fantastic. Righteous Judgment, shitload of damage melee, and until the end of the encounter, whenever any ally deals damage to a target judged by you, they gain 1 surge. All right, respect. I mean, I appreciate the big, huge damage hit, but and you know the buff that goes on over time. But I give Orison some more props because it is just a maneuver. Shield of the Righteous. Now we're talking. You deal damage, and then you and all your allies adjacent to you get 10, 15, or 20 stamina. I'm in. I'll probably take Shield of the Righteous. This is exactly what I want to be doing in this kind of character. Hey, everybody, I'm going to do a ton of damage to this guy, and then also I'm going to give me and maybe my 2 allies, buddies, we're going to gain a bunch of stamina. Luke, thank you so much. Luke says, so many of the main, meaning the main actions, leaves your maneuver available to grab knockback. That's true. There are the generic things, which I am forgetting about, Luke. And you were quite right. The catch breath on yourself. That is a good point. That is, again, there's definitely things. I forgot that you can use your maneuver to do those sort of, grapple, knockback type things, which in most games is your only action that you're doing. So another good point about Draw Steel is, like doing a lot of those fun, like grapple, knockback, all that stuff. A lot of people want to do that, but are you really going to do that in lieu of doing your main action and dealing damage or no? So this game solves that by sort of giving you this maneuver action that you can use to do that instead. And that's a great point, Luke. So thank you. And thank you for the super chat. There was a little bit of delay from another super chat. So there we go. We are well supported and well met in our goal. At 6th level, we get the Implement of Wrath. Every time we respite, we can choose one of our weapons, choose a hero's weapon, including our own, and channel supernatural power. It deals holy damage, bonus holy damage equal to our highest characteristic score. Sick. Any creature struck by the weapon who has holy weakness becomes frightened and weakened if they fail the potency against strong potency, which is nice. Any minion that's just targeted dies. The minion stamina maximum is removed from the minion stamina pool before any damage is applied to the rest of the squad. It should be noted, I do not like what they did with minions in Draw a Steel either. I preferred their Flee Mortals rules, hands down, to the point that Daggerheart used the Flee Mortals minion rules, which when we first read the Flee minion rules, Smith and I were like, this guy 4th editions, and he knows how to make this stuff work. I hate what they did with the minions in Draw Steel, which is what 13th Age did, and I hated what 13th Age did with minions. So anyways, it's funny because they came up with what I thought was the best minion rule I've ever read, which Daggerheart stole, and then they went and used 13th Age's minion rules, which I hated. So, oh well. Also, just for not for nothing, you can't be made afraid. I love that this isn't just for you. I love that you can give this to somebody else. And that's the kind of flexibility and awesomeness and team building aspect that I think makes this game so cool. All right, our Exorcist gets Begone! Now, this is a 3 burst. That is a big AoE centered on us. Decent psychic damage, but massive slide. Not push, not pull, slide. So this is really going to like allow us to really fuck some people up and push, for all you people with all the pits and walls, now's the time. Oh, absolutely. I love the Surge meta system. Now, to be clear, we have our victories, we have our heroic resources, we have our recoveries, we have our surges. There's that other one that's like a party resource that we can also spend that I don't even remember the name of. The game has a lot of meta resources, okay? And that's assuming we're not even counting, stamina as a meta resource. Hero tokens. Thank you, Jessica. I knew there was one I was missing. Not to mention the GM also has Malice. So, and we're tracking how much edge and bane we have against each enemy, which could be different. And then conditions on top of that. Plus, at level 10, you also get your epic resource. We are also technically tracking victories, although that's not really a meta resource per se. Point is, there's a lot. I'm not going to lie. It's a lot. And I said it. I was very honest about this. I love playing in person. A game like this, I almost feel like I need to play it on Codex because I'm 40, I'm in my 40s. I can't do this anymore. All right. I like this ability. Very powerful. Pain of your own making. Range 10, self or otherwise, free triggered action. We love to see. The target gains a condition that is ended by a saving throw. Effect. The effect ends on the target and is instead applied to the creature who input. Like, originally I read this and I'm like so used to like modern games where I go 9 wrath to just automatically cancel a trigger. Oh, and it automatically opposes on the creature. No potency check. Oh, and just for not for nothing, they also take presence score damage. I mean, that's just like, a little sprinkle on top. What is our presence by this time? +3 or something, +4. So they're taking like 12 damage. Plus, we're reversing the polarity on a potentially a very powerful, debilitating thing. So if one of our allies just gets completely crushed with a really powerful potency, we can flip it right back onto the enemy, and we bypass their potency, which is awesome. And it's a free triggered action. So very nice. Yeah, I'm not saying it's impossible, Meba Man, right? That, you can use different colors of potencies or whatever. Yeah, I'm there. Where there's a will, there's a way. I'm just saying it is a lot. Yeah, reversing days onto a leader or solo would be amazing. All right. So that's what we get for being a exorcist. I love. Oh, we don't get both of them. Oh no, we get one of them. How evil of you. I kind of like both of these. All right, remember, we are an exorcist of fate. Okay, that's our character build. Which one are we taking here, folks? I don't know. I mean, obviously, again, it does depend on the context of our party, but I want to know which Pulf likes the reaction. Oh man. I tend to like paint of your own making. I do like. I mean, that's a big AOE. 3 burst. What is that? 7 by 7. That's a large area. See, yeah, I kind of agree with Jessica here. Force movement is busted. AOE even more so. It's kind of nice. But again, free instead of a main action. So that, I mean, the Begone is taking a main action. Right, Jackal. What if you got holes everywhere? Just holes everywhere. Begone may be better, but pain of your own making is more swag. And you know what? I will appreciate that it is more swaggerific. Because this is really important. Okay? And I think I'm talking to the right crowd here when I say this. One of the fun things, now, like when I'm playing Daggerheart, okay, or when I'm playing a PBTA game or whatever, again, in all cases, I'm not the player's enemy. But the truth of the matter is, in those games, I am really acting as a game master, as my role is to help the players tell a really compelling story. And so it's a little bit, it's different when I'm playing a game like, say, Draw Steel or 4th edition D&D, where I feel like my goal is to challenge them. And my goal, me being a good game master, is me trying to bring it, right? I'm trying to bring it. And how I help them is by being a pain in the ass worthy adversary. And again, we understand, it's like we're still on the same team, right? But it's like a scrimmage, right? Where the team is playing against themselves. And you're like, look, you're only going to get better if I, really bring it. I can't just let you win. You're never going to get better that way, right? And so abilities like pain of your own making are some of those great moments where, as a GM, I roll well and I, out in the open, I roll well, crush a player, hit him with a very debilitating effect, and I kind of laugh in their face because I'm kind of enjoying the fact that I am crushing them. And it's not performative. It's me leaning into that role of me as the opposition. And that's one of those abilities where the players get to go, fuck you, GM. Suck it. You're the one who's dazed or stunned or frightened or, whatever, on fire 20 or whatever the condition is. That's a really satisfying moment. So those are moments that you get from games like Draw Steel if you are constructing a group dynamic that is done well, that you do not get, in my opinion, in Daggerheart or Powered by the Apocalypse or some of these other games. That's one of the reasons why I think a lot of people have some problems with Daggerheart, is because they see the game and they think it's this game and it's not that game. And I think that's where people get really confused, or they try to play Daggerheart like it's this game and it's not that game, So anyways, I guess we're taking pain of your own making. All right. At 7th level, we get the Word of Fate Denied. All right. When an ally within 10 squares takes damage that would leave them dying, you can use a free triggered action to make yourself or another willing creature within 10 squares of you the target of the triggering damage instead. Oh, that's so sweet for our character. The creature you take chooses the damage and suffers any effects with it, and it cannot be reduced in any way. So now we are just full on, martyr complex forever. And by the way, there's no limit to this. It doesn't cost us any resources. It's just it's a free triggered action. Right? There's no limit to the number of free triggered actions you can take per turn, right? Wait, doesn't this mean we can distribute hit points all across the party? Interesting. Well, hell yeah. Free is free. Now, obviously, it says the damage can't be reduced in any way, but if that character happens to have 30 temporary stamina, right? Right? We also get 3 Wrath now instead of 2. Great. At 8th level, we get Demonologist. The most esoteric secrets of your order teach you that to defeat your enemy, you must understand them. You treat your renown. Oh, cool. So randomly for no reasons. Hey, remember that whole other mechanic of our game system? As 2 higher when dealing with demons, devils, and other agents of chaos. If you successfully complete a negotiation with one of these creatures, you gain an edge on power rolls made against them and can use your judgment abilities before the encounter begins. Okay. I don't see myself as making a lot of negotiations with demons and devils or agents of chaos. It's a little strange. A little strange. It's just a little strange. But we also get an 11 Wrath ability. We get one option from 11 Wrath. We get Excommunication. Massive melee strike, and it weakens them. In 4th edition, Weaken made them do half damage. Remind me what Weakened does in Draw Steel? Waiting for chat. Bane on power rolls. Okay. It's okay. Say a Zen Bullet. But there's also an additional effect. At the end of each of your turns, this way, deals holy damage equal to twice your presence score to each enemy within 2 squares of them. Additionally, a target weakened this way can't be targeted by their allies' ability. Wow, that's awesome. You basically make them an anathema. They won't target him, and they don't even want to be near him. That's really cool mechanical storytelling, and I love it. It's a lot of fiddly bits to track. It is. It is. But it's cool. But it is a lot to track. But it is cool. You're like, at the end of his turn? No, at the end of my turn. So wait, at the end of my turn, I have to go to their turn, and I have to go look where they are, and I have to it's like, yes, it's a lot. But cool. Especially because it's at the end of my turn that they deal the damage, but it's at the end of their turn that they make a save, right? Do you see how, like, do you understand what I mean when I say these powers are cool, but they are a pain in the ass, right? It's like you have to remember, like, they trigger different effects at different times, at different points throughout the course of the game. You know what I mean? It's just, I mean, fundamentally, you have to remember this ability on your turn, on their turn, and on all of their allies' turns, right? All the other enemies' turns. You have to remember this ability. So it's just like, it's a lot. It's a lot. Hand of the Gods. Ranged. A ton of what? You use your foe as a tool. Interesting. It's a ranged. I don't know what is this attack doing? It's doing physical damage. At range, and it uses my weapon. I don't know what this is doing. I mean, obviously it makes that like I kind of control them. So like my attack, you know, they become the source of my. Yeah, I'm out on that one. I don't know. Pillar of Holy Fire. All right, now we're talking. Melee 1. Oh, I wasn't expecting this to be paladin. I love Daze. Daze is a very powerful effect. Good damage too. At the end of each of your turns, a target dazed this way deals holy damage equal to twice your presence score to each enemy within 2 squares of themselves. I guess they're stabbing themselves. I guess that's the idea. But then why does my weapon matter? I don't. Your allies have turned on you. One creature gets slowed and takes kind of crappy damage. While the target is slowed this way, each ally who starts their turn within 5 squares of them must use a free maneuver to make a free strike against the target. It's just like out of nowhere, this like mind control thing came in, and I'm like not here for it. You know? Yeah, correct, Luke. I'm just saying that's very hyper gamey, because if the idea is that the enemy is stabbing themselves, then why does me having, I don't know. It's a weird one. There's a weird mind control thing going on here that I don't necessarily love in this tier. It just doesn't feel right to me. I don't know. I don't like it. Maybe that's the thing that some people like. I don't like it. All right. At 9th level, our Implement of Wrath gets better. Now they get Corruption Immunity 10. At the end of each turn, whoever's wielding that supercharged weapon gets to make a saving throw for free. And our Exorcist gets Banish or Terror Manifested. Banish is a very modestly weak power roll, or damage roll, but they're banished. And if they're banished, by the way, number 1, this gains an edge against demons, devils, undead, and creatures not native to your world. So very easy to get double edge. But if you know the target's true name, this ability has double edge. That's awesome. That's awesome. While banished, the target is set to another manifold in the timescape, blah, 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 MCDM trademarked language, and removed from the encounter map. They can do nothing but make saving throws and take 10 holy damage each time they do so. So they're removed and taking 10 damage a turn. So it's maze. It's a DOT maze that we get a bonus to hit them, potentially getting double edge if we know their true name. That's awesome. Control, damage, removing a target entirely. Love it. Terror Manifest. Magic ranged 10, 1 creature. Modest psychic damage, frightens them. And while frightened this way, if a target who is a leader or solo, so this is actually good against elite monsters. While frightened this way, if a target who is a leader or solo creature is winded, they take an extra 25 psychic damage. If a target frightened this way is not a leader or solo creature and is winded, they are reduced to 0 stamina. So this is basically Phantasmal Killer, done in Draw Steel style. And by the way, if you go back for like 5 years, you will see me talking about Pathfinder 2 and talking about how I thought that incapacitation trait should not apply against creatures that are bloodied. And I thought that would be a great way to do it. So I always thought that was a really cool game mechanic. There were certain things in 4th edition that did that. And I really like this idea of, this to me is a beautifully designed instant kill ability. And by the way, this one actually works because it doesn't check to see if this is the ability that bloodied them. It just checks to see, if they're winded at all. I like both of these a lot, so I have no idea which one I would take. It's really, really tough. And I only get 1. Wow. It's good. It's a good thing when the game makes you go you're foaming at the mouth for both of them. That's really nice. And lastly, at level 10, Might and Presence go to 5. We get Templar. We are the ultimate representation of our God's justice. Whenever we use our Judgment ability, we can also use a free triggered action to use one of our Conduit abilities associated with our domain or domain you access with Virtue. See below. If the effect calls for the use of your Intuition score, we can use our Presence score instead, so the thing actually works. If it uses your Conduit level, which it could because we're using Conduit abilities from other things, we use our Censor abilities instead, Censor level instead. Additionally, when we open up portals to rest in the presence of our deity and bring along allies, we can ask questions. So we can also chill out with our gods as well. While you rest in their presence, your god might also give you priority targets to engage your vengeance upon. Enact your vengeance upon. You and your allies each have a double edge on power rolls against such targets. If you attempt to open a portal to your deity again before you have defeated your priority targets, you suffer your god's wrath as determined by the director. That's pretty awesome for level 10. Literally getting, hit missions from your god, and you and all your allies get double edge. Wow. Lastly, because we're now level 10, instead we get our XP becomes virtue. We could spend virtue as if it's wrath. And additionally, we can spend 3 virtue to access one of our deity's domains, which our deity has 4 domains, but we only had access to 1. But now we can spend 3 to get access to a domain we don't normally have. When you do, you cannot use that domain's features again until another respite. Lastly, we get 4 wrath instead of the 3 because wrath of the gods. Well, it's a great fucking class. It lost me a little bit. So there's a couple things I like less about this class, which is number one, the subclasses do feel like they really, really kind of hem us in. And I know we get kits and that kind of makes up for it maybe a little bit, but not really. I mean, this is kind of a problem with the Fury too, a little bit, but maybe I just felt like the Fury's Storm Warden thing was so good. I felt a little bit hemmed in by the subclasses. And there was a couple of abilities that just didn't work with my vibe of what, being a censor would be like. I thought this demonologist ability was weird. I thought all these like level 8 abilities that involve like mind controlling our enemies was a little bit weird. However, I liked that they used the domain features for both the Conduit and the Censor. Makes sense. I love how tanky this class is. I love that you do more than, I love that you just do way more than just damage. It just reminds me of how much cooler martial characters were in 4th edition D&D, and arguably I think are even cooler here in this game, even though a lot of these things obviously have the magic keyword, whatever. But, I still think we generally think of this character as a martial character in a certain sense. Yeah. Now, I'm not going to give this one an A+. I'm going to give it an A-. It feels a little one-trick pony-ish. Very good at what it does, but it does feel very, very focused. And some of the abilities, I, again, felt a little bit hyper fiddly. Even to me, even in this game. But it's still an A, hands down. And I definitely give it an A. It definitely deserves its A, but I'm going to give it an A-. It's probably my least favorite class that we've looked at so far, and that's not saying much because they're all A's. But it is I think very good though. It's designed very well. Some of it is just my personal preferences and takes. Like there's nothing wrong with those mind control abilities. It's just not my jam. But I do feel like it felt like a little bit one-trick pony. Like I get it. Like they're marked. They're marked again. Oh, they're marked. Oh, they're marked again. Oh, they're frightened. Oh, they're frightened again. Oh, they're frightened. Oh, they're frightened again. But clearly a amazing resource to have in your group, in terms of being able to protect their allies. I cannot really envision, a TTRPG character that would pretty much do a better job than this, considering that they are essentially wearing the mantle of fighter, paladin, and sword mage from D&D 4th edition. They're basically all of those things in one, and that's a lot. So yeah, this was awesome. Another A. Again, maybe an A-. I don't know. Take these ratings with a complete, not just a grain of salt, but like a pound of kosher salt, because I don't have the kind of experience that all of you have with this game. So I have not used Codex at all. I have not played the game since the beta when we played it in person. But I have seen videos of it, and I do think it looks really slick. So what's up, Keith? Good to see you. Well, we did a great job crushing our super chat goal. We also did some great job with my tips. Lights are getting on the way. Appreciate that. You know me. I love buying lights. So thank you so much, everybody, for that. This is a really great game, and I think it's important that this game is out there. And I hate to say it, but it's like I want this game to do better, and I wish MCDM would do a better job of marketing their game. Not because I think this game is very different from Daggerheart, and I think this game is very different from, even PF2. And I know, I think this game is a legit, not just a successor to 4th edition D&D, but I think it is an improvement. It is an evolution. And for that reason, hey, haven't you made like 6 streams on Draw Steel? I guess that makes me the #1 Draw Steel content creator. Oh, Davi, it is 100% an improvement. Davi, I don't know how much 4th edition you played. I'm assuming that you did. I played a lot, but I played a lot. I played like nonstop 4th edition for 5 years. And I can tell you that there were some real problematic issues with the way that the game was structured. And most of the time they have dealt with them. To the #1 thing. I mean, this is going back to 2010, even in 2010, 2011, because I had played we had played Mike Merles' Iron Heroes, a variant player's handbook, and we had played this back in 2003 or whenever it came out, 2005. And so we already had this idea of, and then obviously 2005-ish, right? You had World of Warcraft come out, and you had like, rage from warriors, combo points for rogues or whatever. And Iron Heroes introduced this idea of a thematically accumulating resource. And even as early as 2010, the game had 4th edition only been out for like a year. We were like, wow, 4th edition X Iron Heroes would be amazing. And like that had been on my back burner, at that time, there was 0% chance there was no YouTube channel or anything like that, but there was no chance I was ever going to be like have the time to design that or do any of that. But I was just like, wow, that would be so cool. And then, the GSL happened, and they buried 4th edition, and then they, put a landfill on top of it, and then they put a big elephant on top of it, and put a big fat guy like me on top of it, just so like you could never find it. And I kind of just gave up on it. But this game, Draw Steel, is fundamentally at its heart, I think, 4th edition D&D X Iron Heroes with the quality of life improvements that I think the game needed and would made. So I loved the Conduit. I loved the Conduit. I definitely liked the Censor. I gave it an A-. I don't know that I would call it A. Again, I just felt like it felt like a lot of the abilities felt kind of samey to me in some ways. That's all. Especially locked into that subclass of Exorcist. Maybe the other classes are different, but no, because I was already kind of like, oh yeah, it's another one that makes them frightened. It was at a certain point, it's like, I don't know how many abilities I need that do the same thing. That's all I'm saying. And because I'm in that subclass, it's like I feel sometimes like I was locked in to my choices. And I only had one domain, right? So I don't get to make multiple picks, Yeah, Conduit is absolutely an A+. Not just from a mechanically strength perspective, but I thought there was some really great flavor. Also, going back to the Censor, I loved the mechanics of a lot of their abilities. They were super flavorful through mechanical expression, but they were fiddly as shit. I hate watch your streams on Draw Steel, and I'm glad you review games like this. Well, thank you, Sildo. Again, I gave it an A-. So, unless there's a class that ends up getting a B, it's a bit early to say it's my least favorite, but it is my least favorite so far that we've taken a deep look at. We've taken a deep look at Fury, Elementalist, Censor, Conduit. I'm going to say yes, because you always hit. I know that sounds kind of counterintuitive, but I think it actually makes it so that you can really make a decision, and then that decision happens. I think that tends to make, in my opinion, games more tactical. It's like chess instead of poker. I personally am totally fine with no hybrid and no multi-classing. I think, again, my group, I mean, I'm talking about going back to the days of 3rd edition in 2000. We never multi-classed the way that other groups multi-classed. We never splashed this and dibbled this and cheesed this and cheesed that. No, I had 14 prestige classes. We never did that. I liked the multi-classing of 4th edition, which a lot of people hated. I hated the hybrids in 4th edition. I hated most everything that came out after Essentials. Hybrids came out in PHB 3, but it's still the end of the game. Obviously, I hate the multi-classing in 5th edition. And I don't like multi-classing in or I do like multi-classing rather in Pathfinder 2, because I like the archetype system. Now the difference, Jackal, is that I love the way Fabula Ultima does what I'll call multi-classing, right? Because it's not really multi-classing, right? Because the class itself doesn't really give you anything. The only thing it's giving you, right, is a new list of abilities to pick from, but it's not like you're able, the idea of, the reason why multi-classing is a problem is because people feel like they are getting something for nothing, right? They're getting more juice than the squeeze is allowed because the class has to do the heavy lifting and it's front-loaded. That's what the problem is. And like a game like Fabula Ultima gets around that because all you're getting is a skill point. And the question is, where does the skill point come from? That's all. And it's based into the basics of the game. In fact, you cannot not be a multi-class character in Fabula Ultima because you have to start with at least 2 or 3 classes. Again, I don't even think of them as classes. I think of them as jobs, right? I agree. I actually like the 4th edition multi-classing system. We did a video a couple weeks ago on the history of multi-classing, going back to AD&D and going back to D&D. 1st edition and D&D 1974 OD&D. But I also talked about multi-classing in 4th edition and how I liked it a lot. And a lot of people didn't because it wasn't broken and powerful and you couldn't make your character completely busted like you could in 3rd edition. And people are like, oh, this sucks. I can't be a ranger, fighter, cleric, wizard anymore. Whatever the fuck. Wojo.
Wojo tipped $5. DS support and lights.
Thank you. Lights is important. Doll Steel, important. Lights, important. It is not an illusion, because if you rolled the lowest possible dice roll, you are still going to do, 5, 6, 7 damage, and the effect always applies. So if you did arrest, the worst that you could do is 6 damage, they're grabbed, and if the target makes a strike against a creature while grabbed this way, you spend 3 wrath to deal holy damage, then equal to the present score, blah, 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 blah. So now there are some more powerful abilities that do check the potency, but technically that isn't a dice roll, that's just deterministic. So actually it's not a random thing, it's a it's kind of a fortune reserve. But even in the case of one of these things, but like this one here, that effect just always happens. This effect always happens. There's no way you can miss with this. And, you could roll really low and you'll only do, 3 damage instead of 9. So there is some randomness still in the game. But the randomness isn't, did you do everything or did you do nothing? The randomness of the game is, did you do a lot or did you do a little? And I think that's a big difference. I mean, I don't know what their plan is. I don't know if they're going to keep, putting guns to their audience's head and saying, hey, you need to back this Kickstarter or we're going to make the game go away. But I will say, given the way that the game is structured and the way that people are supporting it, I think you're right. I think that there's a lot of money to be made there as well. Haha. Aw, Erica, you know me too well.
Erica tipped $70. Great deals wait for no man.
Ain't it the truth? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Happy Christmas to me. Merry Christmas to me. That's right, folks. What am I going to be doing with my hard-earned tip money? Because remember, I don't have a job anymore, so that money is basically my money. That's my income for the month. What am I going to do with it? Buy better lights so that I can make my stream look even better. Whatever that means. As much as I can do to improve this ugly mug, to make it pop, make it look a little better. And of course, continue to try to one day to get some really cool, amazing studio games for you guys. That is still a massive part of our plan. And 2025 was crazy. A lot of unexpected problems for me, for my friends, fellow castmates. But I'm hoping in 2026 we'll be able to bring you guys some games. I know not everybody likes those games. That's okay. I don't watch actual plays either. I think they're terrible and they're boring. But I know that some people really like them. And number two, I know that the way that we do actual plays, people find very valuable because we focus, or I focus, on explaining the rules, not just to my players who are in person with me, but kind of to you as well. I'm not quite as direct as we are right now where we're talking face to face, but I try to make sure that it runs not just like the way I would normally run a game at my real table, which we would call an actual play, but with a mind towards education. Knights of Last Call, our tagline is education and entertainment. And I always say that I think 99% of actual plays are almost entirely focused on entertainment, which is fine. It's it's not a form of entertainment for me. Derek would be much more likely to watch a actual play where a GM is playing a game with their players and they are explaining themselves. They are explaining the mechanics. They are explaining what's going on. They're talking about the game, not the story. Stories are fine, but part of the reason I like role-playing games is I like the process of creating the story. It's not just the story that's interesting to me. The story's okay. But I like role-playing games for their own sake. And this is something, again, that makes me very different than a lot of people. A lot of my closest, dearest friends on the Knights of Last Call Patreon will talk about role-playing games as a means to an end. Their goal is to, have epic fights that end in space fighting God, or to have combats that feel like it's straight out of, a Dynasty Warriors 5 game or whatever. They don't really care about the system as long as the system gets them to where they need to be. In other words, the system doesn't matter to them. I think the system does matter. And it's not just because I like the system, the results of the system. I think it's like, it's not the destination, it's the journey. I like engaging with a role-playing game. I like engaging with games, period. When I play a board game, I've said this before, I like playing it in person or on Tabletop Simulator because I actually like the process of setting the game up and, understanding how the decks are built so that you can understand how the game is processing. I enjoy the procedure of the game, and I enjoy the procedure of a role-playing game. And that's one of the reasons why I'm so curious about them, why I'm so passionate about them, and why my views on role-playing games might be very different from a lot of people's views on role-playing games, because I treat them not as a means to an end, but as an end unto themselves. We played Starforge once. It went okay. But again, I'm going to be playing a solo game from the Mines of Moria. And do I have it here? The Mines of Moria solo rules were written by Sean Tompkin. So it is essentially him. He wrote a 45-page solo rules supplement for the One Ring 2nd edition. and it is written by Sean Tompkin, the author of Iron Sworn and Starforged. So in a way, I kind of am. We're also going to be doing a Derek's. I'm gathering information now from my patrons. We're going to be doing a kind of like an end of the year. You know, what was Derek's game of the year? Like, we're going to do like an awards show. You know, like for games that came out in 2025 properly. You know, not just like, oh, they released a beta or something like that, but like a game that probably either published or, you know, even if the book itself physically isn't out, but like if, you know, the actual product itself got released, that you could play a finalized version. And we're gonna, you know, some of them we covered on this channel, some of them we didn't cover on this channel, but you know, maybe we know about it, or we can, you know, we can make some estimates. It's totally arbitrary, totally BS. You know, there's no academy here. It's just me. Yeah. So I actually just contacted. Actually, let me see if I can pull this up here. Earlier this year, I'm just seeing if they responded to me. Earlier this year, I was contacted by Andrew something or other. I was contacted by Andrew. I don't know his last name. From Exalted Funeral. And they said, "Hey, Derek, you know, we love your show. We'd love to, you know, do you want free shit?" And I never really got back to them. Yeah, he said, "I was wondering if you'd be open to receiving review copies of our products for your channel. What's a good place to send them?" So, anyways, so I responded to him and I said, "Hey, Andrew, earlier this summer, we discussed collaborating, and recently our community has had a lot of interest in Land of Eam and Dolmenwood." And I said, I would absolutely love. I mean, I would normally buy this stuff anyways. That's, you guys support this stuff, you know, with your tips and donations. But back in the day, my tips and donations that I made from this channel, I basically just took that money and spent it on the channel. Now that also has to pay my mortgage. So it's nice if, you know, if a company wants to, you know, throw me a copy of Land of Eam and I can review it and look at it, I'm not gonna say no. So hopefully we get that, but I want to take a look at it for sure. Looks cool. Any chance there's chat votes to RNG chance for that solo game? Yes. We are going to involve chat. We're still figuring out the exact mechanics of how we're going to involve chat, but we're going to involve chat. So like, in that Moria supplement, there's like a lot of Oracle tables to like help make decisions and how likely is something. And, you know, does the orc betray you or not? You know, and in those games, you know, they maybe use like a Mythic Game Master emulator or something like that. But we have chat. So chat can kind of help guide and direct the story. And, you know, I'm not going to lie. Full disclosure, I'm going to try to find a way to monetize it a little bit, make it a little bit game showy as a way for me, you know, to try to raise funds so that I can, you know, live and pay my bills. Other YouTube channels there are millions of views. Actually, they don't, but other YouTube channels have their means of income. I don't know exactly what they are. I can't sell an annual calendar. Okay. Not yet. Give me another couple months in the gym. Let me wait till next fall. Okay. Bulk up. Then I'll do my calendar shoot. But, you know, but until that time comes, I can only make money on this channel by hopefully being of value to you and being of and creating a fun, entertaining, and educating experience. So, yeah, listen, Jams, it has been discussed at length that if, you know, worst comes to worst, I'll leave everything the way it is. The expensive lights, that $25,000 of camera gear, and I'll just replace the gaming table with a bed, and we can rapidly shift to only nights, okay? Again, give me 6 to 12 months to drop another, you know, 25 pounds or so. Thank you for the resub. Appreciate it so much. Hey, every little bit helps. Every little bit helps. You know, we were talking about this on Roll for Combat stream the other day. The vast majority of people who watch a channel, maybe they watch it every day, every week for years. You will have given that content creator pennies. So even doing something like a small Twitch sub or a single tip once, someone who joins my Patreon and quits the very next month has given more money to me than 99.99% of people will ever give anyone on the internet platform ever. So, I mean, obviously I have people who have been, you know, supporting me for years and do so very regularly. And to them, I am eternally grateful. But even the smallest of, even the smallest of persons can make a difference, Frodo Baggins. And we learned from that. Well, yeah, I mean, you know, the whole Derek should make a Kickstarter thing is the whole thing. But, you know, you have to have a good idea for that first. Anyways, that's going to do it for Draw Steel. I was going to talk about mega games, but I'm kind of tired and hungry. And we have Saturday. We have Sunday. I can stream whenever. I don't have a job anymore, people. I'm so unemployed. I'm so unemployed and kind of broke, but unemployed. I can stream whenever. I can stream in the middle of the day. I need to do a European stream. I'm kind of feeling frenetic. I'm feeling excited. I like talking about mechanics. I like 4th edition. Tomorrow we're going to do a session -1, not 0. Cause we don't actually know we don't know what game we're playing. So we are getting together to decide what kind of game we want to play.
Karumak tipped $15 in the poll today about mega games. I voted Lancer because everything else on the list was fantasy. We already have that. It's called an R.
You know, Karamak, I don't know how to tell you this, but fantasy is king, my friend. People love fantasy. They love fantasy sells. Dragons sell. Swords sell. Sci-fi, for whatever reason, has been left on the trash heap of the RPG world. I don't know how to tell you this. It just is the fact. It just is. And that was, you know, that was used to be I mean, I don't know. Sci-fi is still kind of, I think it's kind of even in movies and TV. Like, no one really, like, Star Trek and stuff has never blown up the way that, like, Game of Thrones did. People love the fantasy, Karamak. That being said, Karamak, if I had to pick a sci-fi for a mega game, it would be like Traveler. Can you imagine, Karamak? Star charts and and we'll do it real time so that when you enter drive space, you have to, you know, your character's out of the game for like a week. For Tennessee. That's true, obvious. Well, we can't even get to session 0. It's like pulling teeth, George. It's like pulling teeth. The problem, George, at a fundamental level, is we have to make a game that is good enough that our friends who are very busy and have very busy lives and have very busy families and have very much more. My buddy George also is not working. I was laid off. He voluntarily resigned. So we both worked at the same company. But so we're kind of in the same situation. But neither he nor I have, you know, commitments and children and all that other stuff. But the rest of our friends do, and it is kind of, you know, annoying in that respect. Jarek, I think you aren't considering the type of calendar your community specifically would get value out of. Each month, you could have new prompts for games to explore or mechanics to employ. Jess, I don't know how to tell you this, but I don't think people use calendars anymore. I don't think that's why people are buying those calendars to begin with. But that is true. We could have an advent calendar of GM prompts or something like that. The question is though, like, I mean, maybe one of those desk calendars that I could see. Okay, that would be different. Like, you know, like one of those rip-off daily trivia type things. That would be cool. I could actually see that. So actually, I take that back. That's a good idea. Right. I mean, you still need images, though, right? Calendars without images are kind of hard to sell, I think. Where does Final Fantasy VII sit on the fantasy versus sci-fi? It's fantasy. It's techno fantasy, but it's fantasy. People are casting magic and all that other stuff. They did make Lancer with spaceships, didn't they? Isn't there like a spaceship version of Lancer called like Lancer Free something? Lancer something? I thought there was a Lancer spaceship version. I think there is. I don't know as well. Lancer Battle Group. There you go. Countercraft. Oh, this is true. I mean, I never know what my community is going to respond to or engage with. So, you know, if anyone should be talking about, if anyone should be aware of who the hell knows what communities are like, you know, it's me. I have no idea. I am the least aware person in the live. Oh, a hard move calendar. I was disappointed, sort of. I mean, I saw somebody wearing a shirt, and I wanted to make a shirt that just said, making hard moves. And I saw somebody with a shirt selling that. And I think maybe at PAX, or maybe it's Gen Con, but I think it was PAX. And I was like, dang, I thought that was a cool character. I thought that was a cool shirt. And I was like excited that somebody else made it, but I was also like, dang, I wanted to make that shirt. Anyways. Oh, what I was going to say about Mega Games is we are in the process of gathering our survey results from 2 Mega Games that we ran this year. Northern Reaches, Season 3, Pathfinder 2 based, and Dragon Tide, Season 0, was kind of a beta season, abbreviated. It was only 12 weeks, which is based on Dragonbane. And, you know, it's preliminary results. We're still getting in more results. But there has been, you know, it's a joke now that everything, oh, this could be a Mega Game. This could be a Mega Game. Could Draw Steel be a Mega Game? And again, I've talked before about why I think it's an advantage. It's a way to take advantage of a community of active gamers. If you create, you know, anybody on my Discord is free to join a campaign or start a campaign. I'll support you, give you Foundry licenses or whatever you need in order to run a game. It's awesome. But we even give you tickets and rewards and prizes and stuff for running games. But ultimately, when you make a game, it's like, okay, we're making this game. It's scheduled for Tuesday. Can you play on Tuesday? No. Well, then that game is of no value to you. So, or if a game master, in order for you to want to run a game, you kind of have to be willing to commit to running that game for potentially weeks, months, years, and running it at the same time each week. And everybody has very busy schedules. So the real big advantage of a mega game is people could be flexible with not only when they play, but also when they game or when they GM. So it's flexible for the GMs. It's flexible for the players. A GM could run 3 games in 1 week because maybe they have off, or they might not run a game for a month. And no one's going to be like, well, I guess the campaign's dead. The GM got busy, because that happens. And similarly, as a player, if suddenly Monday nights when your game group meets up and suddenly now you have to work Monday nights, or, you know, your husband has to work and now you have to stay home with the kids. You're like, I can't play on Mondays. And I'm like, well, sorry, you know, you're shit out of luck. So that's the reason I really like mega games. And I think that's the reason why they're very popular. Now, the other aspect of it, of course, is that people enjoy the sort of the way we approach mega games. We try to make it more of a communal aspect where the events of one person's game could potentially ripple outward and affect the wider game, and that the things that you do in each of your individual game sessions amalgamate into a more bigger whole. So it doesn't just feel like literally a series of completely independent, completely autonomous one-shots. However, judging from feedback, early feedback from Northern Reaches Season 3 and from Dragonbane, we have run into a problem, which is that a lot of people are complaining about how complex our games have gotten. And there's a lot of logging and there's a lot of tracking because, you know, we don't hold a gun to your head. It's kind of an honor system about, you know, how much gold your character has and how much experience your character has or whatever. So we ask that you keep, you know, good track of it. But of course, we're not Larian Studios. So how do we track things? Well, we have, you know, Google Sheets, you know, Google Docs and stuff like that. And as the games have gotten more involved and complex, you know, the ask, the lift of how much bureaucratic nonsense, essentially, that you have to put up with has increased significantly. And I'm kind of in a tough spot because I don't know, you know, this is the time of the year when we kind of take a step back and we say, how do we change these games to make them better for everybody? Because again, we want to apply or appeal to as broad of an audience as possible. But I don't know, you know, this is, you know, in this case, we have two games that we're getting feedback. These are two completely different games with two completely different populations of players, with two completely different populations of people running the show. And the feedback from both of those games is fairly, there's other areas of overlap. But the one big one that is sticking up is people do not want to track things. You are the type of person who would track things, Karama. So you are the exception that proves the rule in that respect. I am a former photographer, Jess. Which reminds me, I need to put that in my list of things to do. I have to edit photos for one of my buddies. Anyways, so yeah, I don't know. That is an interesting dilemma that I'm kind of stuck with, because I'm like, people want to play the games, they want others to GM, and they also want the tracking to be automated. You got it. That you pretty much hit it on the nose. To be fair, we also ask the GMs to track a lot. So some of the people complaining about tracking are also GMs. Because when you're a GM, Davi, you don't have to do anything. You know, you just have to take notes that are good enough for you. But in our game, we ask people to really do stuff. Maybe it's time for a robot. Yeah, well, robots are expensive, Karama, and they require upkeep and they require a lot of work. And unfortunately, I don't have 500. I don't have 1,000 people in my 5E West Marches. You know, I don't have 500 people in my 5E West March. You know, our games are run by, you know, they're played by like 30 people, 40 people. You know what I mean? It feels like an overkill for me to invest the time and potentially money if I hire a developer or get a server or whatever. It's just a lot of work and effort for what amounts to nothing, you know? So I appreciate people's problem of not wanting to track all this stuff, but I also feel like, you know, there you go. Offload that work, baby. Offload that work. Plus, I like giving, number one, players, it gives more players more things to do when it's not their turn. But number two, I like that player, if you do it right, especially depending on the class, like, you know, like, I'm not saying you always have to do this, but like if you're fighting a bunch of undead or demons, give the hit point totals to the Censor to track, you know, because they're the expert on demons and they're the expert on undeads. And so, you know, they're the ones who can, it's like you're going to that player for knowledge or advice. And it's sort of a ludo narrative consonance, right? Where it kind of feeds into the fantasy that this character is, and vis-a-vis this player is the expert on undead or on demons and stuff like that. So I think that's kind of cool. Yeah, Karama, I think the GM Council did a wonderful and amazing job, and people complained. And I think that Bob and I didn't do a great job with Dragon Tide, and people still complain. So I don't think it has anything to do with how good of a quality that you do with that. Well, I mean, to be 100% honest with you, Wojo, I am not much of a web developer, but, you know, Google, Gemini exists. I mean, one of the reasons I don't have a job is because AI can do most of my job, and it can do it way better. Well, maybe not better, but it could definitely do it faster. So fast that it makes it worth the slight reduction in quality. So building a website using AI tools is actually pretty simple. It's more of like, even that amount of effort is in some ways not worth it, because again, it's such a small number of people that play these. Even our mega games, we're only still talking about 30 to 40, 50 people. So it's a lot of work for just 40 people. So I don't know. I don't know what to do. I'll have to talk with my people and see what we want to do. I mean, I would love to have some sort of super uber, very highly reliable, dependable, mega awesome, super bot that people were showing off from the 5e servers, but I don't have the time or the money or the ability to code something like that. So plus that's one of the things I hate about modern day gaming. It's like, oh, hey, you're starting a D&D game. You're like, oh, what are the steps? It's like step 1, brainstorm some cool ideas for a campaign world. Step 2, use Photoshop or GIMP or a paid online mapping service to create a fantasy novel map, quality map for your online VTT. Step 4, learn JavaScript and write a series of custom macros for all of the different factions and things in your campaign. Step 5, find art for every single NPC, location, weapon, item, and equipment, for every single thing in your game, for every single icon, for every single thing in your game. Step 5, learn AWS so that you can host your own server locally. It's like, and I have a degree in computer science and I'm a data scientist, and even I'm like, fuck that. Like, you shouldn't have to be a full stack developer to fucking run a campaign. It's crazy. It's crazy what I see people do. But if you want to play online, you kind of have no choice. I don't know. I mean, yeah, you're like, oh, you can play on we play on Excel spreadsheets. That seems terrible too. I'm sorry, it just does. We play our D&D game in the Discord channel. We just use a roll bot, and I'm like, yeah, that seems terrible too. That's just me. I'm hard to please. Go figure. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me. Leave a comment below on, we hit our goal. So leave a comment below if you have a preference for which 2 classes we cover next. Today worked really well because Conduit and Censor both kind of fed into each other with the domain stuff, which I think is a really cool bit of tech. Thank you so much to the incredible list of people who came out and tipped and supported us today. Thank you for resubscribing with Prime. Sean, Karamak, thank you for the tip. Erica, thank you for the very generous tip. Wojo, Jackal Torn, Luke, Cryptic, Aeropresser, Bean Boy, Mebaman, The Herb, Zen Bullet, Joshua, C Cav, Lionhead Gaming, and Elaine all came out tonight to support us, and I really, really appreciate it. Tomorrow, pre-session 0, we're going to decide what game we're going to be playing on Friday nights with my buddies. No lights, no cameras, just us hanging out. And then I'll probably stream this weekend because I don't have any plans. Yeah. Next weekend, the 20th and the 21st. The 21st, we should be, fingers crossed, we should be doing our One Ring session 1 for our 2-shot. Again, we're going to play the starter box set with a bunch of people who've never played the One Ring before, including me. Well, I played the One Ring. I've never GM'd it. So that'll be cool. That was supposed to happen like 2 weeks ago, but I got sick. So that happened. Any case, thank you to everybody. Thank you to my incredible patrons. And thank you to you all for stopping by and hanging out. Let me know in the comments what you thought about the Censor and the Conduit and what classes you would like to see next as we continue our Draw Steel deep dive. And we'll see you next time on Knights of Last Call.